Okay, so it is now 5:38, and I'm going to call this meeting to order for the Southgate City Council, the Southgate Housing Authority, the successor agency to the Community Development Commission of the City of Southgate, special joint budget meeting agenda for Monday, June 10th, 2024. So at this time, Mr. City Manager, will you be kicking this off?
If I can do roll call, please.
Oh, my bad. Yeah,
Okay.
yes,
Mayor Chairperson Hurtado,
present.
Vice Mayor Chairperson Davila,
Present.
Council Authority Agency Member Avalos,
Present.
Council Authority Agency Member Baron,
Present.
Council Authority Agency Member Rios, City Manager Executive Director Houston,
Present.
and we have no city attorney. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And since I'm going to kick it off to you,
One
can
more.
we please address the mishap a little bit? Yes.
Meeting compensation disclosure
Ah,
pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, disclosure of compensation for meeting attendance by city council members is $790 monthly, regardless of the amount of meetings. Thank you, Mayor.
thank you. Announcement take two. Okay, so Mr. City Manager Rob, can you kind of sort of address the issue that we had with the our treasurer not getting the booklet? We discussed that a little bit. You were going to make a quick mention on that. Thank you.
Certainly. Good evening, council and department directors, guests. We have a budget before you, an important part of every year. In that budget preparation, we have hearings, chances to give input, both in front of the group here and individual meetings I have with department directors. And we look to give input from our elected officials. And in that process, we try to get all the materials early, budget books where possible, to our elected officials. And that includes our treasurer. And due to some, I think, a little bit of miscommunication, did not get the proposed budget book to our city treasurer as early as we had hoped. Was not intentional. And certainly he made us aware of that when he wasn't able to get it. So we made sure he got the budget book immediately last week, and then was able to look through it in order to have time to give comments for the budget whatever information he wants to provide. So that was a little mix up on our side. But we also, due to the timing of this day, wanted to let people know that our treasurer was unable to make this meeting, but he had a great reason, being that he has a graduation of his son and wanted to celebrate that with his family this very evening. So it's not from a lack of his input or attention, but only in timing. And he will be here for our meeting tomorrow, and he will provide any input or questions he has at that point. So we do appreciate the input he gives us on the financial side, and unfortunately didn't have the ability to have him here tonight.
And I did have a conversation with him, and he was rather polite and very cordial, very understanding. But our experience with him is that he has been very active in reading material. And I think the only reason he really was unhappy about how it happened is that it happened last year. And he was under the impression that that would never happen again. And when it happened again, I think he rightfully brought it up. But he is a very active treasurer. We value his input. And I did speak to him on some of the items that were on the budget. But hopefully tomorrow he will be here. And again, yeah, he did have a graduation to attend. Okay, let's get the meeting going. So go ahead.
Thank you.
If I can read item number 1 for the record. Thank
Please.
you. The City Council, Southgate Housing Authority, and the successor agency to the Community Development Commission of the City of Southgate will consider hearing the various presentations on the proposed fiscal year 24-25 municipal budget and 5-year capital improvement programs for the various entities. B, adopting a resolution adopting the municipal budget for fiscal year 24-25 with the changes stipulated in Exhibit A and B for a total of $174,195,000 $6,754 for all funds, along with any additions or deletions the legislative bodies may enact, and C, authorizing the reprogramming for fiscal year 23-24 ARPA funds in the amount of $3,350,000, and D, approving a resolution adopting the annual GAN appropriations limits for the fiscal year 24-25. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, if you can kind of sort of give us a synopsis of how it's going to work, because we got a meeting tonight and tomorrow. So kind of just give a brief, very brief overview of what we're going to do.
I'll do that as our clerk will bring up the first PowerPoint. That would be great. And on the second slide, we have a sort of run of show for tonight. But as she was going through the reading of this section and the complicated language that is a budget, that is part of the complexity that we run into at our city every year, and every city. This is my first year to be part of the Southgate budget process, but I've been part of many budgets in past lives. And there is a lot of work that goes into it. It is all the many pieces that get the work done that our community is used to seeing. When they need a road fix, they expect the police to be there. They need the water tap to work. When they turn it on, they go to the park. They want to see events. All those things take all the budget. They take direction from our council to tell us where to put those funds. We need our staff to track where these funds are, and we need to allocate everything and make sure we're keeping track of where the money went so that we can stay solvent, we can stay healthy fiscally. And so the plan you have proposed before you is built on those normal principles that normal cities have and the added strategic direction our council has given. And they have priorities that they want us to follow to make sure that Southgate not only is currently a great place to live, but remains that way. And that takes planning, that takes practice, that takes thought, because just like our home budgets, we often will have bigger ideas and plans than what our budget or our funding may be able to equal. And cities are no different. There's always more that we could do, that we'd like to do. And we can have sometimes expenses that we know will come when we're planning, and we'll figure that out. And then something unexpected could come. Economies can drop down or other costs come, and we have to react to that just like a normal household. So this is a very complicated, thick book that really can be summed up as a financial way to get the stuff done that you as residents and your council who represents you want the funds to be spent. And so we'll present to you tonight that proposed budget from a big picture first. So we'll have our Wendy O'Kelly, our finance and admin services director, will give us an overview of all the funds, the big picture, the expenses, the projections forward, give you that big picture first. At any point, if the council wants to have any questions, that's great. We'll also have a break at the end of that for more questions. At that point, we'll transition to the departmental level of budgets. There'll be short summaries of each department, which has many layers of detail. We'll try to keep it pretty high level. So each department director will run through their departments. You'll have an opportunity to ask questions during those department presentations. And then at the end of that, there'll be an opportunity for the public to make their comments on any part of this budget process, either the larger picture or the departmental. And then we'll sum up with the opportunity for any final questions from our council. At the end of tonight, tomorrow night at 5:30, we'll have our regular Tuesday night meeting. And we'll have the 5:30 meeting, and then at the 6:30 regular meeting, on the agenda will be the final presentation of the budget for adoption. And at that point, there can be any follow-up questions that maybe didn't get covered here, any other issues that we want to discuss. And at that point, we would look at adopting the budget for the new year. Is that
Thank
good?
you.
Okay.
Yes, and so
Okay, I just
do the
want to make
lineup.
no questions on that. So
Not
I
a-
appreciate that. And I appreciate all the work our department directors have done to adapt to maybe some of my stylistic pieces when it comes to doing budgets. And I've tried to adapt a bit to how Southgate runs. I appreciate the process of getting to chance to talk to the council members about their thoughts on the budget, and we'll get more input today. And also looking forward to hearing anything that the public says. It's a good process, and it's something that has to be done right to make sure that Southgate stays solvent despite all the other costs that do rise. And so we have before you a plan that Wendy will present that's had input from the department directors, and we look forward to getting your comments. Wendy.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It is my honor to present to you the proposed budget for fiscal year 24-25. The general overview, next slide, please. Thank you. The general overview for the proposed budget will highlight some of the key changes being proposed tonight, and I'll provide you with revenue and expenditure summaries that have an impact on the general fund. Just in order of events, in June, the city does adopt the budget for the next fiscal year. Thereafter, we close the financial records on June 30th, 2024 this year. So in December, we will work on the annual comprehensive financial report, otherwise known as the ACFR. And that document is a record of what actually occurred in the prior fiscal year. That financial report will then get posted to our city website in January, and then after being audited by an independent audit firm. So both financial documents have complexity. One document is a forward-looking financial projection, which is the budget, and then the other document is a backward-looking actuals, and that being the ACFR. So here, before you, we have our 23-24 budget goals for this current fiscal year ending in 23-24, June 30th, 23-24. And I'm happy to report on some significant goals that were accomplished this fiscal year. Most notably, one of the main priorities was to address the deficit in the sewer fund. As the fund was historically relied on, general fund transfers, we are going to see later on in my presentation where that wasn't necessary for this coming proposed budget. Also, there was a customer service training that council had talked to us about with the finance department. So that was conducted in May of this year. And then cost allocation plan. And so the cost allocation plan essentially is a report that we enlist the help of professional services consultant. And what they're looking at is our expenditures and our department functionality, and basically looking at where we're charging those expenditures. Is it better charged to the general fund, grants, federal grants, or even enterprise or special revenues? So that report will be issued out later on this year in time to implement that for the next fiscal year. And then finally, the Go South app is another one of those budget goals. And that app, as you may already know, allows residents to quickly report issues and concerns, which turns into a service request, and then that can be tracked by residents and business owners. And then 2023, 2024 in review. So although the pandemic is behind us, the reality is we're still having some lasting challenges brought on by the pandemic. We continue to see inflationary pressures beyond our expectations. We still experience supply chain difficulties, and that not only impact product delivery, but also the repairs to our infrastructure. And then finally, also, as employment rates do fluctuate, this has a significant impact on the economy, and its instability will produce more careful consumer spending. And so we'll see some of that when I talk about sales taxes. For the city, our personnel, we do still see struggles with recruitment and retention in this job market, but we also are using our salary savings from that situation to help us absorb some of the inflationary pressures. In this next slide, for fiscal 2024-25, we are presenting you with a balanced budget. There is a $66.65 million in proposed revenues, and then $69.1 million in proposed expenditures. By state law, we are required to have a balanced budget. And as you can see, expenditures are coming in higher than revenues, and this is indicative of those inflationary challenges that I previously mentioned. And so the proposed ending balance here for the general fund is $425,000. This slide here is a $66.65 million revenue pie chart. This is segmented out into where you can see the revenues that come for the city. About a third come in from sales tax, a third of the revenues come in from property tax, and then the remaining third is broken out under permits, fees, taxes, and other charges. Then we have this also the same look of general revenues broken out into dollar amounts. So this one gives you the actuals from 21-22 all the way to the proposed budget of 24-25. And in the first column, what you can see is, or excuse me, in the proposed tax revenues, we're up 29 million for sales taxes, and that's a 3.48% increase. And then if you look at the top, which is property tax collection of 17 million, we're projecting about a 4% increase in increased property tax sales. And then the last section, the bottom third, is other taxes and fees category, and that's estimated to a slight decline. Some of those is areas, well, I'll talk about later with our master fee schedule. And so that slight decline is 4.38%. If you look at the bottom where it gives you the total revenues from 2021-22 to 2024-25, you'll notice that our revenues remain relatively flat. We're looking at ranging between 64 million to 66.565 million. And then just to kind of take us back a little bit to the ARPA funds that we received, as most of you remember, back in 2021, we did receive a total of $34.7 million in ARPA funds. And of that amount today, we still have a remaining balance of 13.74 of unspent balance of ARPA funds. So we're proposing in this budget year to reprogram those ARPA funds and use them for our police salaries and benefits, which will free up the general fund monies that was used for police salaries and benefits. This is an eligible use of funds, and it also relieves some of those inflationary pressures that I mentioned earlier in the slide, especially since PD is still tasked with some of the residual consequences from COVID-19. This makes sense. This slide also outlines a timetable for exhausting those funds, beginning with the fiscal year 23-24, which is our current year, and then carrying that into 3 segments throughout fiscal year 25-26. So just a reminder, we do have a commitment to commit those funds by the end of this year, and then by the end of 2026, we have to have all those funds fully expended. In a later slide, I will explain how this impacts the 5-year forecast as well. So general fund trends. This general funds is responsible for paying general operations for the city. So this includes our Parks and Recs Department, Police Services, Public Works, and then our administrative functions like HR, Human Resources, Finance, City Clerk, City Council, City Attorney, Community Development, and then also our City Treasurer Office and City Manager's Office as well. In the next graph, we're showing you what a great job HDL, our partners, have done in predicting sales tax revenues. You can see from 22-23 and then 23-24, and then also the projected amount for 24-25. We do see that there's a flattening of our sales tax revenues. And this goes back again to those post-pandemic challenges that I was mentioning earlier when we start to see fluctuation in unemployment rates, then you'll also see consumer costs kind of become more conscientious. People don't spend as much, or they're more mindful of what they're spending their money on. And then this slide represents a 3-year look of our property tax revenues that received. So this also remains relatively unchanged. The current property tax rate that the city receives is 1%. Of this 1%, the city, I should say the current property tax that's charged to our residents is 1%. Of that 1%, what the city receives is a weighted 0.0615. And so essentially what that means, for every dollar of property tax revenue, we're receiving 0.0615% cents on the dollar. The other portion of that percentage is with shared agencies like LAUSD, LA County Fire District, and then also the LA County Libraries as well. So for 2024-25, we're projecting an increase because the state has already acknowledged to the assessors that we are going to realize that 2% CPI increase for this coming fiscal year. Okay. Hopefully I'm not going too fast. Special funds. I wanted to point out in special funds, one, these are funds that are strictly used for restricted services or for construction projects, and then also the city personnel and the associated costs that go with those funds. One of our restricted funds or special funds is the street lighting and landscaping fund. Next slide. The city formed this special assessment district to fund improvements that provide services to parcels of land that have been identified as receiving a direct special benefit from a public improvement. Although we collect approximately $2 million in special revenues, you can see in this slide where the expenditures to maintain this program are creating a fund deficit. Basically, we don't collect enough revenue to cover the expenditures. After some research, I noticed that this deficit has started way back as 2007. There was a couple of years where it was flat, but generally speaking, we had a deficit. And just what we're noticing recently is this is increasing significantly to 1.489 is what we're projecting for this fiscal year. As a result, the general fund monies are used to subsidize this shortage. Next slide. So sorry that this is a little small, but as I mentioned earlier, our revenues have remained steady. And so this slide is our service and tax survey. And you'll recognize this slide with comparable cities. So the first column gives you the city that we reviewed, and then the population, police services, whether they be local or they're contracted out to sheriff, and the same thing for fire services, whether it be local, run by the agency, or contracted out to the fire district. The same thing goes for library services. And then the following two columns give the comparison of sales taxes by city, weighted property tax share by city, and then at the bottom, the solid blue line across the bottom is the comparison for City of Southgate. In the green section, when we're talking about the per capita, those numbers all the way to the far right represent the amount of tax that is levied by the jurisdiction or by the city of Whittier, city of Linwood, and so on and so forth on its residents. So from top down, it gives you an aspect of what, in green, what the taxes that are being levied, and then what that cost looks like per resident. As you can see, going all the way down to the bottom one, which is Bellflower in green, is about 47.8, and then Southgate is at 36.44. So this slide basically tells us two stories. One, the city of Southgate residents are being charged tax much lower in comparison to these other cities. And then also the second story is that the city of Southgate receives less revenue in comparison to these other cities for the same services, and then some that have similar services as well. A few notes on the general fund expenditures. As I mentioned in the beginning, general funds revenue versus general fund expenditures experiencing a shortfall. However, with the beginning fund balance of $4.5 million, the city did not need to rely on the general fund reserves to balance the budget. Next slide. So a few of our highlights of expenditures for this fiscal year. One is we're proposing funding a few one-time expenditures. The HVAC units for the police department and the city hall are about 40 to 44 years old. So that proposal is $2.5 million, is providing more of a long-term solution for the fix on the city hall and police department HVAC. And for more detail on that, will probably be presented by our public works director later on in this presentation. And then also included in the proposed budget is funding for professional services to assess and evaluate the street lighting and landscape fund that I previously talked about as it relates to that deficit. And then finally, the current fiscal year, the city did approve for the Administrative Services Department to go out to RFP, a request for proposal, for an enterprise financial planning system, basically the financial software. In May, we did close that RFP. So throughout this year, we will be looking at different services and making our decisions somewhere towards December and January of this year, beginning of next year. So because of that timeline, we did set aside $1.25 million for the ERP system, but that also includes permitting software for building and safety as well, that number. Next slide. So here's a pie chart basically giving you where our general fund expenditures are and how they're spent. 65% of salary and benefits are going, 65% of general fund expenditures are towards salary and benefits. And then you have 17% towards supplies and services. And then another 14% is towards internal service funds, which I was explaining earlier with the cost allocation plans. This is where we charge to pay for insurance premiums, capital asset and equipment replacement programs. That represents that 14% number, which is shared by multiple departments. And then other expenditures, including transfers, are the remaining balance of this slide. Next slide, please. So again, in dollars, what you're seeing here is the 69 in proposed budget. And so I want to point out something. Although the chart for the salary and benefits shows a decrease of 4.3%, the number went down from the estimated year end to the proposed budget based on that ARPA transfer of $5.6 million for police salaries. So it's not as if the expenditures came down, it's just the charge to the general fund has decreased. So then after that, the 22.4% for supplies and services, that does include those one-time purchases that I was speaking of. And so some of that is shared costs. So you'll see some of that in this number, but not all of those expenditures for the one-time. Then the other dollar amount, the variance will be those inflationary increases as well. And then finally, you'll see there's the internal services fund. Again, that's that shared responsibility that's spread out amongst the departments. And then you have capital outlay that changed in our adopted to year-end estimates. So this was for unforeseen costs to the swim stadium. And then it's also important to note for fiscal year 23-24, the adopted and the year-end estimates. If you look at the bottom between 23-24 adopted and 23-24 estimates, you'll see an increase. And so what makes up that number for transfers out is the largest hit. And that includes a $2.9 million that we transferred into the CIP from general fund, and then also $1.389 million that was transferred into street lighting and landscape. Those numbers were included in the last year's proposed budget and adopted, but what you're now seeing is how it shows up in the accounting system. Next slide. So staff changes, and again, I apologize for if it's too small, but the departments will go over their individual changes. But what I really want to display here is there are a couple of organizational changes, and the main goal was to structure personnel.
Wendy, excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
Is there any way that we can get a copy of that?
This one right here?
The whole PowerPoint.
Yes. Yeah.
Can we get it right now?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, because I mean, it's really hard to see, and also I always like to write notes on everything that and right now we're just going through it, and
Do we want to take a break and I'll make copies of the?
can we
yeah.
do that, please? I apologize. I mean, but I think we should.
No worries. This is if that's something that normal, I'll make sure I jot it down for next year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And I just hope that the rest of the directors have copy for us. Thank you.
So-
And while that's happening, Yodidi, is this visible to the people watching at home? Very clear. Okay, good. That's good.
Yes.
How much time? 10, okay, we'll be back shortly. Yeah, but they said it might take 10 minutes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, just so that, for those that are watching, I just want to make sure everybody knows all the information, and those in the audience, let me go ahead and clear something up real quick. Let me have your attention real quick. All the information that's being presented, we have it already. It's in a binder of 380 some odd pages, which we read. Okay, we didn't memorize it, but we read it all. But what is being presented is just a snapshot of all the departments. They're not going to go page by page. So I don't want anybody to have the impression that this is new information that we haven't seen before. Staff is now sharing with you the highlights. And the reason it's taking a little bit longer is because they're just going to go ahead and make a copy of every department head's presentation. That way we don't have to wait. But all the information that's being presented, we've already seen it, we studied it, we analyzed it, and we have comments on it. But they're jumping around from page to page. Hope that clears that part up, at least. Yeah, the worst thing we want is for somebody to say, wait a minute, they're going to adopt a budget and they're barely seeing it for the first time. That's, no, well, people are listening to us, but yeah. I just wanted to clue people in because I said we'll be back in a few minutes, and I knew it wasn't going to be 5. We can proceed. Say when, Madam City Clerk, let us know when you're ready. Okay, Mr. City Manager, we're ready to proceed. And Wendy, I gave a real quick announcement, but you might want to just reaffirm that all the information that you're sharing on the screen and with people in the community, that we already had it in a binder, 380 some odd pages long, but you're just giving the highlights of them. We're not going through the whole book. I just don't want people to think that that we're going to make a budget decision and we're seeing information for the first time, because that's not the case. Yes.
And I'll just interject. Apologies for not having the PowerPoints. I'm new to this whole process, so I've got some assumptions that maybe you got those and you didn't. So I apologize. We'll make sure next year we'll have it ready. And tomorrow, for whatever we have, we'll get.
Just so that you know, Rob, Chris made the same mistake last year, and from here we went to TGI Fridays, and he paid.
Okay.
So I'm sure you got that memo, right? I'm kidding.
I heard it was Subway.
Oh, yeah, right. All right, we're ready to go.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
just to clarify, and I know this year we are doing it very differently. In past years, we have taken 2 evenings to go through this budget. Again, I don't know why the change, but hopefully we can get through all of the departments. But I think it would just be courteous to continue certain things for the benefit of the community, because I know we do have community members that are here present that do look at the budget and don't have access to everything immediately, or they will piecemeal things. So just for clarity and transparency, if maybe moving forward, we can continue the 2 evenings just to give the community an opportunity to review.
We're going to review it again tomorrow, though, right? Yeah, so it's going to be done.
Yeah, I think the plan will be to review it with any other questions tomorrow, and then we also can circle around after the budget process is over before we do next year's and take any best practices or compliments on what worked and what didn't for next time.
Yeah.
Good,
Okay,
thank you.
Wendy. Oh.
I just want to thank you, Wendy, for working at this really fast. I really appreciate it, and I apologize for stopping the meeting to.
No, it's
get a
important so we
copy.
can see
So,
it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Rock on, Wendy. Ready, set, go.
Go. All right, thank you. So just to reiterate,
Oh.
what I handed council was the PowerPoint presentation for ease of read, but the information that I put in the PowerPoint presentation was extracted from the 2024-2025 proposed budget. So the slide that we ended on or halted was the staffing changes. And as I was mentioning, there was a couple of organizational changes that were made, and the departments in their personal department presentations will kind of highlight this or provide more detail. But just for an overview and how this impacts the general fund as well as other funds, you'll see the positions off to the far left, the department, and then in the middle, it tells you whether those positions are being proposed as new, current positions with changes, elimination, reclass, and then also the salary, benefits, and totals. At the bottom of the third to the last column, that tells you the overall impact to the general fund. So there was some savings there, which netted about $41,700 in impact to the general funds. Majority of the positions were for enterprise funds like water. So you'll see another $487,000 that will be used to fund these positions. So departments were being mindful once again to make minimal impact toward the general fund and recommending these positions or reclassifications. Next slide. Here is our 5-year forecast. The 5-year forecast is for the general fund. So I just want to take my time to really explain and go through the process here. The estimates for the fiscal year 23-24 year-end budget are shown in the green column. This year end will be ending on June 30th, 2024, as I mentioned earlier. At the very top of the green column is the estimated fund balance of $7.9 million. If you take the estimated revenues of 65.8 and subtract them from the estimated expenditures of 67.7, and then just follow that green column all the way down where you see the other net changes, you'll get a projected ending funding balance of $4.8 million. So we won't know our actual ending fund balances until the end of the completed audit year. As I was describing before, we do the budget, and then we close the fiscal year. Then we get audited for our financial documents, and those will become our actuals. We'll come back to you at mid-year, letting you know exactly where 23-24 ended, and then modifying, if necessary, that beginning fund balance for 24-25. So we're estimating also in the green column, still staying there, a transfer in the amount of $791,000 to cover, it's a fund balance transfer, I'm sorry. And then also $1.4 million for street lighting landscape. And then finally, we talked about this at mid-year, there was a potential need for $415,000 for the insurance fund. So we're still waiting for those actuals before we make that transfer. In the darker blue column, or at the top, you'll see proposed 24-25. Our revenues are tracking to slightly increase from the current year that we're in to $66.65 million. As I mentioned in previous slides, this is due to a 2% increase in property taxes. And although we have a slight increase in sales tax, there still is a flattening of sales tax revenue. In the expenditures, we have 69 million. So this is our one-time costs that are in there. And this slide might appear as if, again, our salaries are decreased, but those also were the PD transfer, the PD salaries, which were being taken care of by the 5.6 million in proposed ARPA funds being reprogrammed, as I mentioned in one of the earlier slides. With that, you'll notice revenues are still coming in lower than expenditures. So if you look at the straight across, like the middle gray bar, it says net revenues over expenditures. And so based on a few factors that I'll be outlining in the coming slides, I'll outline what expenditures are coming in a little bit higher than anticipated. So for this proposed budget as well, in the same column going all the way down, the other net changes for the forecast is going to be $1.4 million in salary savings. This is something that we don't necessarily budget for, so you won't see it in the proposed budget document, but you will see it on the forecast. When we see that realization of this salary target turnover, that's once we do the actuals and we get that beginning fund balance from the auditors. Continuing on, you'll see there's proposed $300,000 in CIP transfers. The 109 is made up of a $92,000 transfer for the Housing Authority and plus $18,000, for the Building and Infrastructure Fund. And then also we're proposing $1.5 million for fund coverage for the Street Lighting and Landscape Fund, and then $184,000 projected for the insurance fund. Still, with all of these deductions, that still leaves a positive fund balance of $1.9 million. In the lighter blue columns, the last 4 columns, that's going to show the increase in the shortfall, again, looking across the middle gray bar, between revenues and expenditures. So these columns do not propose any new revenues as far as the lighter blue columns, other than the 2% CPI increase to property taxes. We do have an assumption built in that revenues will increase overall between 2 and 3%. So you could see that number reflected on the top at revenues. And then also in expenditures, you'll see that same type of fluctuation as far as the assumption that expenditures, will be increasing between 2 and 3% as well. So when you look at these columns, we're also including a 6% salary target turnover or salary savings. And then we are also including that forecasted transfer on average of $1.54 million to the Street Lighting and Landscaping Fund. So although this slide, I just want to remind everyone, although this slide is a forecast, staff has been very mindful into the data collection in this graph. To begin with, for both expenditures and revenues, it's important to use the most accurate information when making these projections. And it's also imperative to work with our consultants, such as HDL and department directors, to assist in this data collection. The sewer fund, as you can see, was not forecasted for a transfer since the beginning balance for 2024-25 in the sewer fund was enough to cover the proposed expenditures for 24-25. And just to note, property tax increases and the ARPA fund coverage for PD salaries, just in this forecasted graph, not only allow us to make those one-time expenditures for like the HVAC and the ERP system, but also they provide a temporary solution to an emerging deficit in this forecast. With that slide said, the next slide, please.
Well, before you go on,
Sure.
and again, I apologize for not moving forward. I've been involved in budgets for many, many years, and so has my colleague to my right. And so have my colleagues here to some degree, right? That being said, you're required to give us a 5-year forecast so we can see what happens if we don't take any action. And our job is, and like we've done forever and a day since I've been involved in this, is we take the appropriate action so that we don't fall into a deficit. So again, I just want to point that out, and if you want to chime in on that.
Thank you, Mayor. Exactly. So this is a sort of if we do status quo, if we are not addressing a bunch of issues, it tells us where our concerns can be. And the goal from this is to address all the issues we see here and make for a safe fiscal landing. And so we have confidence that will happen, but it gives us an idea of where the stresses are. We look at, for instance, the street lighting and landscape fund coverage, about 7 rows from the bottom of the slide. You see a big deficit, and it keeps running along in the blue section, 1.5 million, 1.5 million basically every year going out. That's a huge draw on our that takes away funds from paying for all the services we need. So the goal would be, as was mentioned in one of the core goals earlier on, is we're going to get some help to assess options of how can we make that fund full. So it stops draining that. So then we would be able to show on the forecast, look, we fixed that. And the sewer funds last year would have shown on that line, you see fund coverage, it's covered. Last year, it showed $1 million a year draining. Council made action. It got rid of that problem. So those are examples where last year's forecast would show this problem. Action was taken. It's now off. Here's some more problems. We need to take action to address them. And we will. And the goal of the city, and we're all on the same boat, same plan together, is we'll address these. We'll make sure Southgate stays healthy and fiscally strong through the future, no matter what comes.
Yeah, and one last thing I need to add on here is that our experts give us a conservative estimate on what revenues would be. But in reviewing previous years, as an example, 1 year projection was a $44 million revenue, and we ended up at 48 million. And that is kind of sort of one of the things that happens. I don't want to make it sound like that's going to happen again this year, but the projections that are given by the experts, and we rely on them to be as accurate, but we also want them to be conservative. We don't want them to give us a number that really is unattainable, and it puts us in a dire situation. So just want to point that out. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I jump in. I wanted to look at the street lighting and landscape, the chart that just to highlight a little bit about this one is as it's increasing. I noticed the increase in 2021, 22. It just seems to be growing. Is that because of infrastructure, or why is it growing so fast? I would like to know a little bit more in regards to that, because I know it has to be addressed, but.
So for the street lighting and landscape, I can speak to the revenues and the expenditures that we have recorded. As far as what's in the cost and how those costs may be impacting, I would refer that to Arturo Cervantes when he comes back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Wendy.
So with that said, on the 5-year forecast, I wanted to also point out some of the drivers that are causing our expenditures to increase. And so some of this are the mandatory costs that the city is incurring increases from, and others are opportunities where staff has the opportunity to cut some costs. So I just want to highlight these 4. First, our insurance premiums. From fiscal year 23-24 to 24-25, you can see that is a projected $700,000 increase, which is 15% of change. And the insurance premiums are for multiple programs like liability, property, crime, cyber, and terrorism. But the liability program that we have is a material change that's reflected in this 15% increase to expenditures. And that's one of, like I said, one of the mandatory costs. Second mandatory cost will be at the bottom, which is our medical insurance. And these are the payments from the city of Southgate to CalPERS for employee medical. These costs are constantly increasing. And this year, the overall impact for this line item is 37%. The city covers Kaiser Family Medical. So the increase does not just mean 37% of the insurance rates went up, but basically that line item went up. So that could be that the number of people that are in the Kaiser plan have increased, or there's a life-changing event that caused people to move into the Kaiser plan. So there's different things that could have caused that number to go up, including the cost of insurance premiums increasing.
And again, these are things that every household goes through. Everybody has insurance, their insurance rates go up. And through no fault of anybody here, the insurance premiums, and I hope that John is able to explain that later on, it has to do with events that are happening across the nation, the hurricanes, the tornadoes, and here in California, what we're very much used to, which are the fires and all that other stuff. So at some point, when John gets a chance to talk a little bit about that, unless Wendy wants to do that, it's fine. But those are things that are not something that we control ourselves.
And then to continue on with this slide, some costs that we can look at, and staff has already taken notes to look at: credit card processing fees. So this fee is a controllable cost, and then also the crossing guard service fee, the crossing guard service as well. So for credit card processing fees, I can speak to the increase across the board in Parks and Rec and administrative services. What we're seeing is the city is absorbing those processing fees 100% and looking at methods to reduce that cost to the city.
It's over 800,000 over the course of about 4 years. That's
Correct.
been a huge hit. Yeah.
Next slide, please. So this also addresses some of the deficit areas that we were discussing with the 5-year forecast. This is what we're currently doing. Staff has been given the master fee schedule. The last time that we had an update in the master fee schedule was 2022. So we are reviewing the master fee schedule, finding out, making sure that we are, reviewing the rates, reviewing the charges that are being passed on to our residents and our business owners that come in and contractors. So that will be coming back to council after the fiscal year. Also, the cost allocation plan I outlined before, this will help alleviate, this report helps alleviate some of the pressures on the general fund. So the consultant, what they do is they take some of personnel numbers from us and expenditure numbers, look at our overall expenses, and then ensure that we are charging the right funds for the right services or right personnel charges. So they're also taking a look at like I said, the grants and the enterprise funds as well to make sure that we're maximizing those funds and not transferring money to not charging money to general fund that could be transferred to special funds.
Wendy, when the last time we did the cost?
It was before I got here, and I want to say, please don't quote me, but I feel like it was like 2014 since we last had an assessment from, yes. And then sewer rate fee increase. As we stated before, this was something that council passed a few months back, and so that sewer rate fee will be implemented on July 1st, and that is overall a flat rate of 3.29 for the meters, and then also 0.32 cents is the beginning consumption rate. And then what we're looking at going forward, mentioned before, again, the street lighting and landscape assessment, credit card convenience fee to take care of some of those credit card processing fees. And then department heads have been tasked with just looking into our own departments and doing an expenditure review and looking where we can save as well.
And Wendy, I'm sorry, but can we elaborate on the credit card processing fees
Sure.
and exactly what that means? Because I think it's important for our residents to be aware of it. And correct me if I'm wrong. The card processing fee is every time we use a credit card for a service in our city, be Parks and Recs, to pay our water bill online, any of those times, the city does not charge the resident that fee. They actually pay the fee for the resident.
Yes. A lot of public agencies, they've noticed is those credit card fees since COVID, since the pandemic, we've urged people to pay online and to use more simplified ways of paying. So those credit card fees have increased tremendously. And so, yes, to your point, Councilmember, we are absorbing those fees 100%, and we have not passed that fee on to those card holders.
And I think that's important to say because, in a city, us making payments to a city is not the only place where we use our debit cards. We go to restaurants, there's $3 or 3% fee. We go to put gas in our car, there's a 3%, or service charge to use our credit card or debit card at a gas station. Everywhere we're going, there's these additional fees.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's second nature now, right? But it's interesting to know that the city has taken that responsibility and that burden for many years now. Thank you.
Okay, the final slide, as far as the 24-25 proposed budget, is just detailing our reserve balance. This is, again, to reiterate, there was no proposed use of general fund reserves to balance this fiscal year 24-25. It's in the proposed budget. And so the reserve balance remains at $28.5 million, as you can see in this slide here. And then next steps, this is just to really reiterate the city clerk's reading and then also what the city manager stated. The next steps for this evening would be to continue with the department head presentations from our city departments, and then also provides feedback to the city manager and staff regarding the proposed budget. And then on tomorrow night, it gives you an outline of proposing to adopt the municipal budget with any changes, approve the GAN appropriation limit report for fiscal year 24-25, and then also authorizing the reprogramming of ARPA funds in the amount of $3.35 million from this current fiscal year 23-24. And then in conclusion, for my presentation, before I hand it back to city manager or over to council for questions, I just want to acknowledge the finance team for the creation of the proposed budget, as well as the department directors. But more specifically, I want to just mention the team that helped me: Connie Delaney, Jessica Miranda, Jim Maria, and then Raul Rodriguez. They did a tremendous job helping coordinate this budget for this year. And I want to thank the department directors for their staff contribution, city clerk and their staff for their proficiency, city treasurer for his analysis, and then also thanks to the city manager and city council for their commitment throughout the budget process. And with that, I'm available for any questions or comments.
Okay, Jeff.
I
Go
just
ahead.
want to highlight something that's in your presentation. Service and tax survey. If you can pull up the slide. Because I know many, many times we get bombarded. We are the highest tax-paying city. However, the way it's presented here, it is very clear that we are not at all. We are actually at par with a lot of surrounding cities from Southgate, with the only difference of Downey, which is at 10. Other than that, we are all at 10.25. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and to make it even better is, again, I have been keeping track up to about 2 years ago, and there were already 46 or 47 cities that are at 10.25. So, yeah, yes.
Yeah, and it just, I know that we just talk about sales tax, but I also want to highlight the utility users tax, right? And I
Right.
think
Yes.
that's something that we need to really let our residents be aware of, that if you buy, your utilities here in the city of Southgate, the same service in Downey is 5.7% more expensive than it is in Downey than it is here in Southgate. And that's for gas, power, electricity, cable, Wi-Fi services, any utility service that qualifies that, and phone as well, cell phone.
Yeah.
So it's something to be aware of.
Yeah, and I don't want to beat this one to death, but because I've been mentioning a lot of this stuff for years. Not just myself, all of us here are very much aware of where we have been. And again, what was the last time, or when did we start falling behind on the landscaping for streetlight?
2007.
I wanted to make sure people hear that, because we actually have not changed that in about 3 decades. Art, is that correct?
Yes, since early 90s.
Yeah, so it was in the 90s when we last changed the street light and landscaping fund, but we started falling behind in 2007.
If I can add a point of clarification, my financial records go up to 2007, so that's where I can notate.
So it might have even been even worse than that. But again, at the end of the day, if you add up all the time that we've had to use general fund money, if people see that we have a reserve of 28 million, what would it have looked like if we had addressed it? But it's like, again, it's like having a leak at home in one of your, pipes, and all we do is clean it up. At some point, we need to fix it. And I think that's what this is telling us we have to do. Did you have a comment,
Yeah.
question? Yes, go ahead.
No, I just want
Councilman
to
Uriel.
thank you for the report, Wendy. I think we have to be thankful for the federal government for kicking in the ARPA funds. I mean, without that money, we would be in a serious situation. I mean, and we're still having the benefit of that money to continue to offset some of the costs. So I'm really thankful for the federal government really pitching in here and helping us weather this the situation. And I think the plan moving forward is a good one. And it was already demonstrated by the action taken to address the sewer and the conversation about utilities and all of that. So I think we're on the right track.
Yeah, and just the point of clarification, yeah, we're grateful that the federal government gave the ARPA money out, but it never would have had to do that because that was given to us to offset the loss of revenue because stores were closed and we didn't have the sales tax. So again, I want to make sure that we don't make it seem like we got this money and that bailed us out. If we never had the COVID, we never would have shut down stores, and general fund would have been filled by sales tax. So that was just to fill that. And just a reminder, we are going to open it up to the audience, but once all the presentations are done, that's what we announce, right? Okay, next item.
If you're ready, then we'll go through the departmental
Yeah.
reports, and we didn't want to show any favoritism of who got to go first or last. So we're just going to go geographically
Okay.
from the one end of the table and sweep around and end up
Sorry, Arturo.
down at Art, I guess, at the end. But we'll start with
Okay.
Wendy. A very short presentation compared to the last one on her departmental, and then we'll progress to John and Darren. But if you want to ask questions after their individual presentations, of course, do.
Okay.
So, good evening again, Mayor and City Council. It's been a while since we last spoke. So tonight, I would like to introduce the Administrative Services 24-25 proposed budget. And I want to mention once again, staff has accomplished the following. We have met our year-end deadlines for the final audit, which rolls into the ACFR, or the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. That was submitted in December and on time. And finally, all records, that all records are the ACFR records our beginning balances for this proposed budget that we're working on for 24-25. So it's important to note a lot of staff members in my department have worked on numerous aspects of the audit, the budget, and process credits, and just stretched as far as they can imaginably stretch to assist the department and ensure that the department was successful in spite of vacancies in the department due to resignations and retirements. So again, I want to thank them all for their hard work and dedication to the department's goals and successes. Next slide, please. Or actually, I'm sorry, one back. You can stay here. So the department budget includes a one-time expenditure for 2 vehicles. And I just want to highlight some of the higher level things. One is to replace a 2007 Dodge Durango, and the other one is for a new position that council approved in the 23-24 budget, which is the business license inspector. Both vehicles will be electric vehicles, and so that allows us to not use general fund monies, but use AQMD monies instead for those 2 vehicles. And then also, as I mentioned previously, the department will be reviewing the results for the RFP, and that's for the new financial software program. And then our goal is to make a product selection by the end of this year or early next year. And then the next slide, please. This is our current organizational chart. So what I wanted to outline here was we have 25 full-time positions and 1.42 FTEs or part-time positions. And then the next slide, the proposal for 24-25. As I approach my 1-year mark as a administrative services director, I was able to evaluate in my department its workflow and the best practices for a more efficient operation. So this organizational chart represents some of those changes. And so the proposed still remains at 25 full-time positions, 1.42 FTEs or part-time equivalent. And in this model, there's no increase in salaries that the department is requesting. Instead, the department has a small savings of approximately $45,000. I just want to point out in this proposal that with these changes, there's no minimizing or compromising to those services that we pass on to our residents and to also our departments. We're still going to be able to serve both entities just in a more efficient way. And that concludes my department presentation.
Did we have a mishap? Okay. John? If anybody has any questions, just let me know because we are going to go to the next one. Okay, John, you're up to bat.
Sure. All right, good evening, council. I know that the PowerPoint's being put up there. Next slide. So the Human Resources Department, we do more than just recruiting. I know that's what I announce every meeting, but we also look at labor negotiations. We manage risk. We look at insurance premiums. We do quite a bit. We train. We do quite a bit. Most of it is internally focused in the health of the organization. But currently, we have 7 full-time positions. Since last year, we added 1 position from last year, and that is our human resources technician, who's learning how to recruit, do benefits, but is our point of contact primarily for our employees to get things done, an advocate within our own department to make sure that everybody is taken care of. And then the only change that you'll see in the budget for this coming year is my current office assistant has been performing a multitude of risk management functions. And as our risk management division has gotten off the ground over the last year and a half, it is incredibly busy and she has taken on more and more responsibilities, particularly those day-to-day things. And so she's the proposals are reclassified to the risk management office specialist, sort of maximizing the benefit or the talents that we have within our organization. Go ahead, next slide, please. This is just a quick presentation of where the funds go within the department. There's $8.786 million that is that's going through human resources, and you'll see that the majority of it is in risk management, and this is primarily in insurance premiums, which I'll talk about at the end of the presentation. But this is just sort of a pie chart to give you a quick glimpse into where the costs are going. Next slide, please. So my human resources personnel division, it's led up by a deputy director, and I have 2 analysts and a technician that works in that department. This is the division that runs all the benefits, recruits. We handle grievances, anything that's related to personnel. And as you can see, some of the performance numbers down below is we received and reviewed over 4,300 job applications, 1,000 more than we did the previous year. We hired 55 new employees and 44 were promoted within the city. Next slide, please. So when we came here last year, we introduced to you, and which was approved, is transitioning many of the human resources functions from the paper and pen method over to more computerized digital. And we're doing that through NeoGov, and they have many different platforms and applications. Those who apply through governmentjobs.com, that's one of them. And what we're doing is it's sort of a flow now. So when an applicant applies, they then go through what's called Insight, and that we can process applications, score them, rank the individuals. This coming year, we're going to be also implementing something called Onboard, which once they have been selected, we'll put them through the entire onboarding process, and we can monitor and watch that, provide training videos, and make sure that that future prospective employee is ready to go on day one. Right now, we are unrolling or rolling out something called Learn, which is a complete training module where we have over 1,300 different training modules that can be assigned to employees or classifications, either to prepare them for that classification or the next one. So, and it monitors, it reminds them of training. Supervisors can assign training. So it's a way that we can create sort of a digital personnel file that a supervisor manager can then review later on to determine the strengths and weaknesses of where the training needs to be. And finally, we're getting ready to, the final component that we're doing this is called Perform, which is our performance evaluations. And those are all going to be also put into this program. So we won't miss a performance evaluation. Supervisors will be notified with due time as well as their managers. So it's a good way to track where it's a way that employees have access to a dashboard to see where they're at within their training, and also make sure it's to improve morale and to bolster a way for us to encourage development and mentoring of all of our employees to provide them encouragement and opportunity within the organization. Next slide, please. Risk Management Division. The Risk Management Division, that's led by the Risk Manager, Thurman Green, and also he will now, in this next fiscal year, have the Risk Management Office Specialist assisting. Now, risk management, we look at things from workers' compensation. We manage all those claims through that department, and liabilities. All claims that come through are managed and reviewed through risk management as well. We also make sure that we remain in compliance with certain training, such as OSHA, and we work with Art's department or Steve's department to make sure those folks are receiving the training they need to receive. And you can see here over the last year, we trained the entire staff on becoming junior risk managers, is what we call them, through the See Something, Say Something program that is provide us with, if your boots on the ground, let us know what you see. Let us know what we can correct before it becomes a problem. And then you'll also see that we reestablished OSHA training, upgraded our injury and illness prevention plan, and conducted safety inspections. Next slide, please. So for this next coming fiscal year, we have some more plans that we are having to put into place. We have the Workplace Violence Prevention Plan, which is a state mandate, as well as updating the city's heat and injury prevention plan. And we're also integrating in with the cooperation from Public Works, putting some claims into their GIS database so we can have an overlay and see perhaps where some of our problems are, so we can get ahead of the curve on those and mitigate and reduce the amount of risk, that exposure we have as a result of having that data accessible. Next slide, please. Now, the biggest cost increase, and I know the mayor had mentioned this when we were speaking earlier, is the premiums that we're paying for insurance. And I'm sure we all notice this when we get our new insurance bills for our cars, our houses, but the insurance market has been really stressed since 2019. And you can see that there's some external factors that are really playing in it. This has nothing to do with our current experiences. What I mean by that is that we have issues that we've made claims for. These are external factors that are impacting the state of the insurance market, which is causing rates to increase. You'll see inflation, for example. Wendy had mentioned earlier that we're looking at revenues increasing by 2 to 3%. Our CPI in Los Angeles County right now is 3.3%. That's our inflationary rate. It's outpacing the revenues. So everybody's trying to play catch up with those additional costs. The insurance premiums, that's how they're going to start recovering it. You compound that with weather-related events. A few years ago, we had massive number of hurricanes, fires. Just last year, we had that massive fire that went through Maui. So the insurance companies, although we're looking at specific to our city, they're covering states, the nation, and they need to find ways to fill their coffers back up. They're looking at a potential recession, and there's also other factors, regulatory factors, that may be suppressing the performance of capital fund markets so that they're not growing as quick as they can because companies are having to implement these ESG policies or other regulatory matters that actually cause the ability for those companies in the stock market to grow, and so therefore the insurance funds aren't growing and keeping pace as they would be. Also in California, we have no tort limit. That means that if somebody slips and falls, the sky is the limit on the amount that they can recover. Other states will cap that. So in California, without that cap, it's a gamble every single time a case goes to goes to trial, and those cases are beginning to grow. Those verdicts are growing exponentially. Next slide. So you can see some of the increased costs. These are some of the factors. One is law enforcement continues to be a difficult line to coverage. Not because that we have one of the best police forces we're very proud of them, but that doesn't mean that the way that people look at policing and the verdicts that are being out there with the rhetoric, for example, on social media, that these verdicts are coming out of control. Also, that we see defective road design continues to be a substantial liability, falling limbs from trees. When mentioned with medical insurance, we're a member of CalPERS Medical, meaning we are not in a position to negotiate. We just accept whatever the rate increases are, hoping that the power that CalPERS has to negotiate in the open market is good enough to provide us with the best insurance rates. But now that we're in it, it's an imposed cost. We can't get out of it. Next slide, please. And with that, my presentation is concluded. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
And I really do appreciate that you highlighted those areas of the premiums, because it was a huge hit, $700,000 in increase. And we have increases all the time, but this is something I've not seen of that magnitude. And it's something we don't control. It's a national thing.
Right.
Any questions that you guys?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, John. Great report. I know that this department is new, right? I mean, wasn't it part of administrative services? Didn't we separate it and make it its own department?
We are the toddler of the departments. Yeah,
Okay,
we're
so-
a year and a half old now.
All right, moving forward, and I suspect that our risk management is going to be making money pretty soon. I mean, saving money, right? Hopefully, that's the idea, right? Saving us.
It is the idea. It's difficult to prove a negative saying that we have avoided X number of lawsuits, but yes, we are actively out looking at inspecting every event. We're doing what we can. It's about trying to eliminate the number of factors that are out there. And so we're doing our best efforts to identify issues before they occur. So it's difficult to prove a negative, but yeah, we're
But
working hard on that.
Also increasing morale with the department, with all the employees and everything else, doing good things. But I was kind of curious when you mentioned digital training and all of that. Is that AI? Is it, taking the job of the supervisors, or is it just using technology to maximize training? Just a little, because it's new, right? I mean, there's a lot.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. What this program is it starts with about 1,300 different types of training modules, videos that can be assigned to an employee. So let's say, for example, they need some improvement on how to write a performance evaluation. I think there's about 10 to 15 modules. So if you see an employee struggling with that, now a supervisor has at his or her fingertips those training modules prepared that they can actually assign to the employee, that they can take at the comfort of their own desk, rather than trying to find someplace out. We pay for them, we send them there, and then we can monitor. And also the employees, if they want to improve themselves, they can request to their supervisor, hey, I see these trainings, may I take these for self-improvement?
So it's more tools for
Absolutely, yeah.
management. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we go on to, all right, Chief.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Mayor. I'm proud to present the fiscal year budget that is up for you. So just wanted to remind you that the police department is a 24/7 operation, and we provide law enforcement services to our community. Despite the challenging issues with the hiring and retaining employees and the demand for services that have gone up over the last couple of years, we're still able to provide an optimal amount of service to our residents. We're able to do it with, next slide, please. We're able to do this with 143 employees. It's technically 142.65 employees. We account for the part-time employees and combine them, but this fiscal year budget, we didn't make any proposed changes. We were fortunate that you approved some changes last year with the addition of a lieutenant and a sergeant. And now our goal this year is to really focus on retaining and hiring the police officers back. I was able to assess some of the numbers, and then over the last 3 years, we've lost 13 police officers. 2 of them just resigned from police work, and 11 went to other law enforcement agencies. And that's a pretty significant number. So I'm back down 10 police officers. It's the trend, not just here in Southgate. It really is a universal trend that you're seeing across LA County and the state of California. And I talked to my colleagues from other agencies about this phenomena that we've never seen before, and we're just sharing personnel, and there's no rhyme or reason. It's just that's how it is. So now the focus is to look at the personnel we have. We're not just talking civilian staff. We're looking at ways to keep our professional, not just the sworn staff, but we're looking ways to keep them as well as the civilian professional staff on board with us. That's why the programs that we have in place is really instrumental in trying to hang on to the employees that we have. Next slide. So the police department is categorized into 9 divisions, which we were able to do a couple years ago. We used to have the 3 divisions: patrol, administrative services, and then the services. But to make the optics of how this money is spent, we broke it up into 9 different divisions. As I go through the presentation, I'll just highlight some of the costs for each of these divisions, so you have a 30,000-foot view of what the expenditures are. Next slide, please. So the overall general fund, or the overall budget this year for the police department is $36,557,000. General fund is $34 million, which a majority is salary and benefits, up in the 90 percentile. Police grant funds is just shy of $200,000. We are currently hanging on to a COPS grant, which funds 1 police officer for a year that we're working on, and we may be spending it this fiscal year. We were granted that late last year, and we're looking to add what's called a school resource officer who has collateral duties and patrol and will work with the schools. So we were fortunate that the Department of Justice awarded that. And we're also looking for opportunities to find the appropriate grants. So it's very competitive, and we're sometimes compete with thousands of law enforcement agencies across the United States. But encouraging news is we do have the $1.226 million for the EOC that was granted last year, and I received some news earlier this evening from Jason Broad that we have a funding request that made it through the first stages of the Congress, and it looks like $1.3 million is for a new CAT RMS system. And I was talking to the city manager about how antiquated our system is. And I'll remind you that we are one of 2 law enforcement agencies in the state of California that are operating on this system that is just broken. So our goal is to find funding, because we're talking about $1.52 million for a fix. Once we get that remedied, we're going to have the capacity to do a lot more. The integration of our current body cam systems can go on seamlessly. We have some unfunded mandates with RIPA requirements, which is reporting of the racial profiling data. All those things that are into our system are piecemealed now because the system is so old. So we're looking for a new vendor to bring that on, and we're very hopeful, and it looks good for now. So we'll see how this new fiscal year plays out. So I'll just go down these 9 divisions very quickly, just so you get an idea of what we're talking about. Professional services, what we spend in admin is the live scan, fingerprinting, our law enforcement policy manual, and the bulletins. And several years ago, we went to our daily bulletin training, because remember, police officers and our civilian staff are our most important assets. So we're trying to make sure that they're educated. We have a daily bulletin program where information on current data and current information is presented to our staff, so that they're always up to date on some of the current trends. Calls for service in our jails and alarms. Remember, the jail and juveniles are probably most high risk in our department. We've got to make sure that those little systems in place that we don't really talk about very much, but that's a very important part of our department. Animal control services, we're required by the CDC to have animal control services. We do have a rebate that comes back to the city. So the net cost to the city is $839,000. We do have 40 hours a week coverage by a SIACA officer. They've been very responsive to some of the things that we have to deal with. And I do know over the last couple of years, we've been getting some very specific calls from individuals about addressing some of the problems that they're having, and they're very responsive to us. So we're happy with the service. It is expensive. But the upside is they guarantee $233,000 a year back to us. And anything collected after that is split 50% with the city. So there's been some years where we would get a check for $30,000 to $45,000. Shortly after COVID, nobody was canvassing, so there wasn't a lot of revenue there, but we're going to revisit that this year and work with SEAC on how we can maximize the additional revenue back to the city. And of course, post-mandated training. Dispatchers and police officers are required to have 24 hours of perishable skills training every 2 years. Defensive tactics, safe driving. So we go above and beyond the post-mandated training. We got to make sure that we have the de-escalation, the culturally sensitive training, the firearms training, a lot of other additional training just outside the post. We will not survive and be a successful department with just the mandatory post training. So training is very important in our department. In the patrol budget, clearly the biggest division in our department. It's the first responders, the police officers that are going to the calls. Professional services include the equipment for the police car. We have a canine program with a couple of patrol canines. There's cost involved with that, boarding them, veterinary services, emergency cleanup call-outs. It's something so uncommon, but we have that service because from time to time we'll encounter a pretty catastrophic crime scene, and we are not equipped to go out there and clean those crime scenes. We have biohazard issues, so we actually contract with a company that will come out and do that. Small tools and supplies, body armor. We have a 5-year vest life, so ballistic vests. We have a mandatory wear policy. All the police officers wear vests. We've also extended that to our civilian staff because they wear the same uniform, and we don't want them to get mistaken for police officers. So safety equipment is very important. And again, we go back to the post-training with because patrol officers, I mean, their office is a police car. We think it's important to provide emergency vehicle operation training more so than what's required by post. I think that's important because when I get to the very end, we'll talk about the reduction of collisions and mitigating loss. Next slide. Traffic Bureau, we've really done a lot to increase the traffic division. We came up with a plan this year to enhance traffic safety on a patrol deployment where patrol officers are going to be answering some of those patrol-related issues. The congested areas near the schools, the high speeding areas, those types of things. You do notice that the crossing guard program is very costly. The schools just are not inclined to pay for that. We cover 37 intersections for 18 schools. So I'm not sure how many cities do that. I mean, children's safety is paramount, and we do need it because speeders are just careless. But it would be nice if maybe at some point in time we lobby the schools to help us out with offset that cost. Parking citations, so we have a service that will help process parking citations, but there is a fee attached to that. And we need that service because on an annual basis, we're issuing over 20,000 citations. So you would need a whole team to process those by themselves. And again, training, the specialized training for sworn in civilian staff. The Detective Bureau, we have an investigative unit of our department. Professional services includes autopsy reports. We are charged for those because we need them for part of our criminal investigation. We do DNA testing. We pay for fingerprint analysis. We don't have our own crime labs, so some of these services we have to pay for, including the disposal of biological waste. SART exams, I like to decrease that number, but you just don't know what happens when you have a victim of sexual assault. And we are charged every time we have to take someone to get a medical examination to see if there was evidence of a sexual assault. And then the fees and charges, much like the parking, PMMA is a company that actually helps administer the cost for the alarm services in the city. Thanks. The jail, again, jail I had mentioned is one of our highest risks as far as liability in the police department, but we've done a really good job. We haven't had any incident. Sometimes I hate saying that because I got to knock on wood on that, but we do a really good job of making sure that logs and checks on individuals are done within the statutory times. We don't keep people longer than necessary. We send people off to a county jail if they got medical issues. So we do a very good job, and Lieutenant Amador has just done a phenomenal job working with the jailers and making sure that there's order in the jail. There are costs associated with it. The professional services like the cleaning of the jails, you got to provide them clean linens and blankets. And then we have the evaluation of somebody that comes in. We have to get them medically cleared before we actually bring them to jail. That's a requirement, even if they were to go to county jail. So if they were injured out in the field and they're not okay, we have to take them to what's called an okay to book from medical staff before we can actually bring them into our facility. And that really does go to the decision making as to the extent of those injuries. When did they occur? Did they occur before the police contact? And we make decisions on whether we're going to cite somebody out, or if it's a serious violation, we'll keep them in, but then we'll get them over to LA County Jail where they have the adequate facilities to make sure that they have the care that they need. And just the basic jail supplies. Unfortunately, we don't know how many meals we're going to need. It's per person, but we budget enough based on prior years. Dispatch center. Not a lot going on there. Uniforms and safety, we provide them a uniform allowance, and dispatchers, similar to the police officers, are required to attend the 24-hour perishable skills training every 2 years. And then this is kind of a nondescript cost, but we actually have to do some cleaning of those workstations. They're sensitive equipment, and you just can't use them 24/7 without them getting the proper clean. We call a service in to do the keyboard cleaning and sanitizing the workstations. It's no different than police officers sharing police vehicles. There's just upkeep on some of the equipment. Records Bureau, straight to the point, a very important part of our organization. They really do keep records of everything that goes through our department, and some of the office supplies and training. There's nothing really trivial there. It's just most of that cost is salary and benefits for employees.
Chief, I have a question.
Yes.
For the dispatch. How many employees do we have in
I'm sorry?
dispatch?
10. The crime prevention unit, they are the unit that does a lot of things. I'm going to kind of cover some of those at the very end, but we have a community service officer that's responsible for kind of being the conduit from the police department to the community. We talk about the neighborhood watch programs and some of the programs that we have with the schools, the Red Ribbon Week, the station tours, and I'll touch a little bit about that, but the costs don't extend too far beyond the events and meetings, and the Family Day in the Park that we have annually. There's costs associated with that for the rentals of the canopies and the tables. And it's cheaper for us to simply rent those because the cost to buy it and store it is exponentially high. So we just simply rent them. They set it up, they take it down, and we're good for the next year. Police IT, we have a lot of technology that has been very beneficial to the police department. The body cams has just been a tremendous help for us. At some point in time, it'd be nice to go to in-dash cameras that are connected to the body cameras, but baby steps. We've probably about 5 years into the body camera program now. It's done a lot of good for this organization. Transparency, we've been able to really mitigate some of the complaints that have come through. The very first thing that we do when we get complaints is pull the body camera, listen to the audio and the video, and we can determine whether or not something is there that needs to be investigated. But it's a great piece of technology. Telephones, cell phones, ICI, ticket writers, all those are connected to Wi-Fi. So we have to pay for services to get Wi-Fi's and the MDCs in the cars. We are currently going to be working with a vendor that will really revolutionize ticket writing. There's a company that's doing a couple of pilot programs, one in Pasadena PD, and we'll be starting with Southgate here probably in the next couple of months to issue citations via virtually. It's not, they're not handwritten citations anymore. It's based on a QR code. And because we are one of the first ones that are going to work with the company called My Trusted Driver, we're going to look at eliminating some of the costs for the citations. A motorist can get a QR code that's attached to their citation. They can actually take a copy of or scan the QR code and it'll pull up everything on that citation. So we're looking to advance our technology a little bit more. I like to think that we're on the cutting edge, but this is bleeding edge technology. So it'd be nice to be one of the first in LA County to be the test on that one. But there are a lot of software costs involved with the systems that we have in place. So these numbers, I don't need to run through it because I gave you a real good idea of where we were as far as 2023 stats. We do see a increased number in calls for service over the last 3 or 4 years. It's phenomenal that the women and men in this police department can handle what they've been able to handle despite being short-staffed. Again, I had mentioned, I'd gone over the statistics from 2023, but you can get an idea of what kind of workload that the employees have. I give them a lot of credit for being able to keep the city safe the way they do. And finally, these are some of the opportunities that we have looking forward. You know, we talk about the community relationship that we have with the community. I started writing a list down, but I do want to touch on them because I think it's important that council understands the depth of our community relations. Just this year alone, we have the Etch and Catch program that we've done for the community, neighborhood watch meetings. We've done elementary school station tours. We did a Department of Homeland Security resources for victims of crime. The South Los Angeles Regional Center for Services for Family with developmental disabilities. We did our Southgate Police Department Autism Awareness Event, Coffee with a Cop, our Southgate PD and DEA prescription buyback, the Family Violence Prevention Program, Mother's Day and Holiday Breakfast. The holiday breakfast will be in December. Our Youth Commission for Southgate Youth, our scholarship activities that we work with Steve and the kids in the community. The Legacy Wellness Fair and Family Violence, through the Family Violence Program. We've done Kick It with the Cop. National Night Out is coming, or National Night Out earlier this year, or coming up in August. Centennial Car Show. I know that's my favorite. That's one of my favorites. So we're bringing that back. We've already done the planning stages with our team from Public Works and the police department. Family Day in the Park, Red Ribbon Week, our Trunk or Treat. We have a date set for that. Pageant of the Trees, Southgate Police Officers Association, the Santa Cop, and then our Police Navidad to cap off the end of the year. The reason why I think that it needs to be stated is because we're historically speaking, the police department is just more than law enforcement contacts. You know, we're not about taking people to jail. We understand that the relationship that we have with the community goes far beyond just, you know, our reputation. Of the 88 cities in LA County, 45 have their own police department. We're one of those cities, and I think the community should be blessed to have the police department, but not just the police department we have, but the services that we're able to offer. You know, again, I want to emphasize we're still looking for good police officers. I got a couple in the queue that looks like we're going to be bringing on real quick here. You know, safety public legislation, those are the types of things that are important. The wellness program, that's a very important subject that's near and dear to me. I think it's important that we understand how valuable our employees are as assets, and you got to care for them like they're your most important asset. And then to John's point when he talked about risk management, we emphasize training a lot. And the reason why is because that helps mitigate loss. We're seeing a decrease in traffic collisions. Supervisors are doing a wonderful job of canceling pursuits. We just won't cancel for property-related crimes. It's not worth the risks. But also, what you don't hear about, and I really applaud the police officers, is so many of these cases that we're working in the field, they're de-escalating. Cases where body cam shows justification for deadly force, but officers are being very tactical. They're retreating. They're using the communication skills, and they're de-escalating a lot more than what you would imagine. We don't have a high frequency of officer-involved shootings. That's all because we emphasize training. So training is always going to be at the top of my agenda, and I would hope that the council supports that endeavor of mine. And with that, I'll be done. I'm sorry I went so long.
And we're not done with you yet.
Okay.
So look, and again, I really appreciate the efforts of our Southgate PD. I really do. I think that there's also some things that have been something that we can't control. One of the frustrations I've had is with LAUSD defunding their police department. And we went from having a lot more school police. I think we only have one for 22 schools, which is outrageous, which means that we have to make sure that our Southgate PD is available to make sure that it's safe. With that, the issue that was raised with LAUSD was that they were going to defund and increase the amount of counselors. Now they're talking about cutting that. Honestly, then what was the whole point? Instead of going with more people to help children cope with difficult life, things that we all experience, they're cutting back on that as well. So that, again, now you have to tax a little bit more our police department to be able to be out there around the schools. We have how do I say this without making it sound political, but we have you go out and you make arrests of people. Our department goes out and arrests people, and then they're not charged. And these people are going back out and committing repeat crime. And it's forcing you to have to deal with the same criminals over and over and over again. There's one guy that was arrested 50 some odd times in a 12-month span. There was one guy that was arrested 3 times in one day. Why do we have to tax our law enforcement officers with that kind of stuff? And it's a strain on everybody. Because when you talk to residents who say, hey, I called the PD and it took them an hour to get here. Well, maybe if we weren't arresting the same people over and over again, it just makes it that much difficult. So I'm hoping that there's some changes in how that is handled. But again, going back to the schools, I think we also need to try to work somehow with the schools and educate the parents around the schools. If you go around in the morning, people are double parked, children going in between cars and cars not paying attention and just driving fast. So, we had an incident a few years ago where a crossing guard was walking with a child, and both the child and the crossing guard who was holding the sign up got hit. I mean, how crazy can that be? So again, I think that there's a lot of things that are impacting our department that have nothing to do with, how we're handling things here. So again, I'm hoping we can talk to our representatives at the school board and encourage that they consider additional school police, encourage educating the parents on making it safe when they drop their children off or picking them up in the afternoon. Anyhow, any questions for him at this point? Yes.
For the report. It's a great report. Yeah, I like to see it with the crossing guard, see how we can work with LA Unified, because it is, and I got to compliment our team because as you mentioned, it's safety. That's very important. I don't think we want to really cut it, but we want to be partners in this. I think it is a high expense. You mentioned something interesting. The training is is the culture changing? I know we got younger officers now. Is the culture changing because of the training and more sensitivity towards issues of mental health and those, especially that's the ones that kind of go out of control sometimes. Do you see that happening with our department?
Yeah, so the training, there's a couple competing interests, if you will. I think from a department head standpoint, training is going to make employees that much better. Just the knowledge and everything's changing so quickly. Laws are changing. The requirements to report on racial profiling is changing, but the education on the mental health of people, how to contact them and then identify it immediately, where to stop the contact and maybe retreat and come up with a plan. I know that right now we're working with the county on a new system. It's called a 998 diversion program, where some of the calls coming in about somebody under distress can be diverted to somewhere else other than the police department so that there's no confrontation. We're working with the county on the framework of how that's going to look. We're about a year into it. I meet with the CCJCC, which is a countywide collaboration of all stakeholders. I mean, I'm talking about public defender, district attorney, board of supervisors, the Mayor Bass's office, and we come up with strategies on how to make LA County better. The common narrative every single time is training. I mean, there's always a training session. So I think it's important, but you also look at, and I know it's hard to measure, as John had mentioned, how do you measure something that didn't happen? But if you just look at the loss and the mitigation, you don't hear about Southgate getting into officer-involved shootings all the time. I do know that there are some agencies that get into shootings and force issues a lot more frequently than I'm comfortable with. But I think training has a lot to do with that.
I just want to say finally, you said 10 officers, we're short 10 officers, and I know we've ranged to 13, sometimes 10, and so we've been fluctuating at that. Doesn't that put a strain on our current patrol and officers that are out there because, they're just having to do overtime or work a lot more? How do you deal with, that's 10 officers is a lot.
It does, 10 officers, I'm down 10 officers, but I anticipate being down a few more from people that are leaving to other agencies. But I do meet with the POA frequently, and I work with the scheduling lieutenant that looks at deployment schedules and how we can best place personnel to address high frequency times, if you will. It's hard to predict because, 24/7, you just don't know what's going to happen during any given time. But we look at the deployment schedules and we make sure that we have somewhat of a balance. And we ask the POA to ask the membership, hey, what is this working? If it's not working, let's come up with a different plan. We've been able to manage it, but there comes a point in time where we need to get police officers here. We really do, but it's not exclusive to us. It's other agencies in LA County.
I didn't see the budget for the Red Bull.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll help. I don't know if you had another question, but another thing that is impacting your department, and maybe I missed it, but I went through it, the impact of the homeless population and how you deal with it, because you've been doing a very good job within the restrictions, the legal requirements on how we can deal with the homeless issue.
Yeah, so we're actually very fortunate. If you look at our numbers, I mean, we're under 400. I'll take that. There's some cities, and I won't even mention, they got 400 on the street. But we've done pretty good with managing that. I do know that one of my deployment strategies going into the summer is to get in the riverbed. Like, I understand we're going to be very sensitive and we're going to offer services, but I'm a law and order chief, and we're going to start taking action on people that carry guns and have warrants. And whatever happens after that, when we submit it to the DA's office, that's not on us. Our responsibility is make sure that we address those individuals. We're trying to curb the violence in the riverbed, and it's not city property, but it's city problem. And unfortunately, I share that sentiment with all the people in, Downey and Bell Gardens, and we work with the Sheriff's Department and Bell Gardens PD and Downey PD to try to come up with the deployment to not displace them into another city. If you were to ask me 10, 15 years ago, what do you do? I would just kick them down the road to the next city, but we don't do that anymore because we don't want to share the same problems. We just want to address it. But that's going to be the goal this summer, is to really work on safety of the riverbed and dealing with the homeless population.
I see Councilmember Barone, like, ready.
Well, I
button.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I just wanted to touch a little bit on the SIACA fee that we're generating, or that we accumulate. I understand that they are recently trying to do a huge employee push as well. They're trying to hire canvassers, licensed canvassers, and all extra officers. Have we seen a decrease in the last 3 years from that extra fee of above the 230,000 that we would get back? Have we seen a decrease in the last 2 years, 3 years?
We have.
We have, right?
Yeah.
And it's all we know what happened. COVID happened. They weren't coming to our homes to go to check if there's unlicensed pets at those residents. But it looks like, based on what they're trying to do with their hiring, that's going to increase, possibly increase the fees generating that we're going to be able to have from that, and hopefully sway that number a little bit and bring that cost down for the city.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's a great approach. I'm hopeful that they can continue to push for that, and that we actually see that, so that we can start getting some of those services that we are expecting from them, especially with the increase in animals that were adopted or just purchased during the COVID years, and a lot of them are not licensed, they're not registered, they're not well managed in their residences. So it really is something that we need to start taking a closer look at. So I'm glad that that's happening. And then again, the crossing guard, I know we've already touched that, but I think it's very important for residents to be aware that these are fees that we accumulate as a city because we see the need in keeping our community safe. But we also want to ask our residents, let's be safe out there, right? Let's not, run, be running late, so where you have to drive 50 miles an hour down Southern when we have kids crossing from, north and south on Southern to be able to get to other, to their schools. I think that it's something that us as residents have to take some ownership into it as well, that we have to be better residents, be better people in our neighborhoods, where we're not putting our children at danger. I agree with Mayor Hurtado that in the morning when I'm driving, sometimes when I stay home a little later down Firestone, you're seeing 3 cars parked on Firestone dropping off kids at the middle school from the second lane of Firestone Boulevard, where we've already created a safe turn-in lane for them to be able to drop off. And those are instances where injuries can happen, and this is why we have to, ask our residents to be safer, and have these fees associated that we have to keep our kids safe as well. So really interesting to look at. That's one of those numbers that I keep looking at, and we can make impact as residents immediately by the way we operate moving around the city.
I was going to wait till everybody finishes, but we have a speaker who really is asking for time, so I'm going to allow her to come up. Let me open up the audience for at least this part of it.
Thanks. Yeah, my baby's gonna be home soon, so you gotta be there to at least say hi to her before she goes to sleep. But so my questions pretty much had to do with the first presentation regarding the ARPA funds. I know that a lot of those money were COVID monies, and they were already allotted. So my question was, in general, how why was there so much of those funds not used? And I think it's great that they're able to be allocated to cover such a big portion of the perceived deficit. And I know that you mentioned that you were going to be going through strategies on how to not have that big of a deficit. But I guess my concern is really what the feasibility is of using those ARPA funds to cover those, because I thought there were limitations to how ARPA funds can be used. And I would hate to later find out that, we can't actually use them that way. And my other, I think a couple of you asked questions about the street improvement fund, how it is that was kind of, it almost feels like there was some sort of oversight that let it get to be as bad as it got to be.
Talking about the street light and landscaping fund.
Yes. So my question was about how those funds are typically accumulated. You mentioned that a lot of the properties that benefit from that fund are the ones who pay into it. Was that or maybe, yeah, I didn't understand it. So if you could clarify that. And then related to the credit card fees, is there any way to just avoid the credit card fees and have folks be able to pay directly through their checking accounts? I know that some of the nonprofits I donate to kind of have that option to have like a direct deposit, use your banking routing number to avoid credit card fees. So is there a possibility to maybe have that available? And yeah, those are all the questions I had so far. Thanks.
Okay, and I'm going to close the audience portion at this time, and I know we're going to have an email. And I'll jump a little bit on that. I can tell you that the Street Light and Landscaping Fund, we would recommend that we do a 218 vote. We can't just increase it. This council has opted for many, many years to just not tax our residents. We do very well with what we collect. As you saw in the earlier presentation, we are either one of the lowest or the lowest in taxing the residents. And that is a tax, but people have to vote to accept paying into that. And it's important because if they don't support it, what will happen is that we keep on using general fund money to pay it off. And it limits where we can actually spend the general fund money. So the fact that it hasn't been changed since the 1990s kind of sort of shows you that we've just kind of sort of let it go. But it's been a decision not to put it up for a vote. But as I mentioned earlier as well, at some point we have to quit trying to mop up that broken leak and just deal with cleaning it up again and again every year. At some point we have to fix the break. And that's what we're going to consider, all the options. And the thing with the credit card, we've seen that we've been paying into it. It's been over 800,000 since 2021, 2022 budget, $800,000 that we've used from general fund to allow people the convenience of it. So we're going to look at all the strategies that we have, but those are great points. I don't know if you want to cover anything.
Certainly, I'll cover the ARPA question. There are a list of allowable uses that we are careful to follow. And when the original rules were determined by the federal government, they allocated the ability to offset our heroes, the heroes that had to be out in the field during COVID, their salaries and benefits for both police and fire. So in our case, we do not have a fire department, but in our case, we have a police department. So offsetting their salaries with this money is an allowable expense. At some point, we do have to provide ARPA where we've spent all this money, and they would reserve the right to do any audits across the nation times the thousands of cities they've given money out. And we would, if they asked for that audit, we'd have to have records of the money we've spent, but also records for every small agency that maybe was given a little bit of money to do some sort of work with some community member. There's a lot of receipts. So we have to track a lot at our cities, and all that could be an issue. But back to the question of why wasn't, say, all of it spent earlier, there were a number of projects sort of thought about that hadn't yet come to fruition, perhaps changing out some facility pieces that were allowable expenses for emergency services. Never got past the planning stage. Other programs we determined, the need had sort of was less COVID based now, and it was just sort of general need that we would phase back just in order to look at our prioritization. But it is something that of the 34 million received, the majority was funded earlier. This is the last pieces left that the thought was to use towards the heroes that were their salaries as they had to be out in the field during COVID. So that's that question. But the rest, the other parts, Wendy could answer.
As far as the credit card fee processing, we do right now do accept other forms of payment. And the way the credit card fee processing fee works, once implemented, the merchant actually keeps that processing fee that would be extended to the card holder. The city would not see that in the city coffers at all. So basically, when we get that credit card statement, it would say 0 as far as fees. The end user or the card holder would have the option of opting out and selecting another payment option. So that fee does not have to be passed on to them if they choose not to use a credit card and use a check, cash, or any other form of payment.
And one last thing, because you used the word deficit, I want to make sure that we're clear because I think, I'm pretty sure you understand what you wanted to say, but people who are listening in the audience, we have a $28 million reserve. Our reserve is pretty hefty. Not a lot of cities can say that. But after reading this and sitting with staff and reviewing with a lot of things that they're presenting tonight, one of the things that I was hoping I forgot about this as well, is that when you look at our budget and you look at what our staff does is go out and apply for a ton of money in grants. So if you can share your thoughts on that, because you and I had a nice little conversation on that.
Yeah, I certainly that when I came to this city as a new person from other cities I've been at, the amount of projects, parks, roadways, the work that's getting done in this city, when I looked at, on the surface, the general fund and the amount of budget money coming in, and I know how expensive it is just to keep all the salaries and the benefits and our safety officers. And I'm like, how's this new park getting built at Urban Orchard? How are we getting new medians on Long Beach? And how is Tweedy getting repaid? That doesn't make sense. That's not a normal percentage, but it's grants. It's this huge work that's been done by staff and the generosity of state and federal agencies to help communities like Southgate. And so that makes a huge difference in us, being more successful than we could based on the revenue we're getting from just the normal tax positions. Our capital budget, which will come out later when we get around to later in the presentation to Art, virtually all of that is not general fund. Most cities have a big chunk of their general fund to fund that. So we're very fortunate here.
Yeah, I saw that, and
Yeah.
it's a good accomplishment. And I also wanted to give props to the chief Arakawa. The presentation was very insightful into seeing how much a lot of things cost and how limited the department is in its own resources and how much it has to outsource. So I thought that was very insightful because so much of our budget does go to the police department. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to say I'm appreciative of that.
Okay.
I gotta get going.
Thank
Thank you
you.
guys.
Good night. Okay, who's next?
Yodit, our clerk.
Well,
Yeah.
let's see. So I do have to say that I had
Oh,
to.
I hate to tell you this, but I'm being asked for a 5-minute break.
Okay,
Okay,
perfect.
sorry. Okay,
problem.
so 5 minutes, people, set your times. Oh, I'm just kidding. You don't have to set it up for 5 minutes. Just go and come back. Yeah. Okay, so we are officially back. And we have the presentation from our city clerk's office. Say when.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do have to emphasize the fact that I try to compete with parks this year and make it a little brighter and fun.
Okay.
I'm presenting the city clerk's office budget presentation for fiscal year 24-25. And bear with me because I'm reading and doing the computer at the same time. The city clerk's office is essential for uploading compliance with the old mandates and fostering transparency in our municipality within the parameters of the California Elections Code, Political Reform Act, Public Records Act, and the city's municipal code. Our office manages various administrative responsibilities. If you look there on the prior year's accomplishments for fiscal year 23-24, we have vast things that we've accomplished. The city clerk's city records maintenance, meeting agendas and support. City clerk's office effectively codified ordinances, recorded numerous resolutions and minutes from city council meetings, and processed a multitude of contracts. Furthermore, we diligently handled the California Fair Political Practice Commission forms 700, the submissions and guaranteed adherence to the MADI Act and regulations regarding the Campaign Reform Act. We also delivered support through numerous entities with our committed team, are overseeing all aspects of meeting logistics, covering agendas, minutes, resolutions, and contracts. So I wanted to emphasize our City Hall receptionist consistently delivered top-notch assistance to all visitors, thereby facilitating her support to other departments effectively. Moving on to our organizational chart. We have a transition to our organizational chart. We have 4 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. This is at what we are seeking to change or look into changing. At the top, we have our residents, followed by myself underneath that as a city clerk. Moving down to the left side, you'll find the senior clerk services coordinator, who would be reclassified as records coordinator. To the right of that, you'll find the clerk services coordinator, typically known as a records coordinator also. Further to the right, you'll find clerk services assistant, which is a reclassification of our retired records clerk coordinator position. And on the far right, we have the part-time receptionist. I'd like to add that recognizing the evolving needs of my office, I decided to implement a succession plan aimed at fostering professional growth and ensuring that every team member has opportunities to advance in their careers. This plan is designed to empower individuals to climb the ladder of success within our organization and providing a clear path toward and preventing everyone from feeling stagnant in their role. Before contemplating these changes, our office had 3 records coordinators who lacked opportunities for professional advancement. Recognizing this gap, the new succession plan aims to address these concerns by providing avenues for growth and development for all team members. And then the clerk's goals and objectives for fiscal year 24-25. We maintain accurate record keeping of all official city documents, including minutes, ordinances, resolutions, and agreements. Provide outstanding customer service with City Hall reception, catering to the diverse needs of the community. Also foster communication between the public, the City Council, and staff to promote the transparency and collaboration. Since we recently acquired the beginning process of the agenda from the City Manager's office, we will diligently uphold high-quality standards, meeting all of our due dates for efficient operations. We assist the LA County during the November 5th, 2024 general election with integrity and precision. Our focus is on the election this year, 3 council seats that are open with a nomination period spanning from July 15th through August 9th. We will maintain 100% Brown Act compliance by posting all council agendas promptly and accurately. We continue to preserve the city's history by scanning and providing access to official legislative records. Hello. It's okay. This enhances accessibility to historical. Is
That
my
was an
time?
alarm to wake
Is
up.
that my time?
I don't know
Please
him.
pardon our indiscretion,
It's
City
okay.
Clerk. It is not intentional.
It's okay. Thank you.
I know.
I'm
He's
almost
been-
done. I think one more slide.
Okay.
We continue to preserve the city's history by scanning and providing access to official legislative records. This enhances accessibility to historical and public documents, promoting transparency for all. We will remain updated on election laws and legal updates year-round. We will provide training and support to staff, including cross-training, professional development, and certification opportunities. Also engage in enhancing the city clerk's page on the city's website to ensure it reflects current and up-to-date information, thereby enhancing the functionality of it. The next and almost last slide, it's just the influential factors shaping the budget request that are hitting this year is the November 5th elections, general elections. That'll be $230,000. The classification of a records coordinator, which is it's $4,105. Postage rate increases as well as office supply increases. And with that, that is it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes.
Yes, rock on.
So you indicated in your slides increases. What are the amounts of the increases that we're looking at for office supply
So-
and postage?
This year, we have the increase of the $230,000, so we do that every other year. We take it away and we put it back in. We have the increase for the employee reclassification of $4,105.09. We have the postage increase, which is currently going to be $2,500. And the office supply, which is $3,500. Office supplies would also mean they are, because we took in the
Agendas?
yes, we took over the beginnings of the agenda. It's the proclamations, thank you, and the certificates, the paper and the envelopes, yeah, that we added. Thank you.
And
So
and
what's
just,
the amount?
go ahead.
What was the amount from what?
That one is a total of 3,500.
235?
3,500? Yes.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
3,000, more or less.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And your contribution to the group medical insurance was hit by 55,000 with nothing that you can do about that, but the group medical insurance went up by 55,075 on the group medical insurance. All departments went up. No, yeah. Anyhow, okay, yes.
But the big increase was the election, right? You're going to
Yeah.
pay, that's the biggie, okay.
Yes, we do do a significant amount just to cover, to make sure that we are covered for whatever LA County is going to hit us with. We are not sure exactly what it's going to be, but we try to adjust for that.
So just to clarify, this is every 2 years, because every 2 years we're having an election. So that's reflective in our budgets. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, here we go. Community development.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Next slide, please. All right. The community development is comprised of 5 divisions. Within those 5 divisions, we have a total currently of 20 approved full-time employees. However, we are down to 17 full-time employees right now, and we are requesting for 4 additional positions, one in administration, clerical position, 2 in housing, which are our housing inspectors, and then also a planning manager position. Within the current personnel makeup, we have, like I said, 17 full-time employees. We have 4 hourlies, 2 in housing, and 2 in code enforcement. And then we also have student interns. Student interns from 1 local college, and then we also hire students from hub cities and Conservation Corps. So we range from maybe 4 to 5 student workers per year. Next slide, please. All right, administration. Just for the accomplishments for this year, we have reclassified existing positions to allow for upward mobility within the department. We've also reorganized the department to better serve the community for our internal and external customers as well. As I mentioned, we are proposing to add 4 additional positions. Hopefully that'll help us respond to the needs of the community more efficiently. In addition to this year's accomplishment, we did complete the EPA Brownfield Assessment at 13050 Paramount, which is actually a Surplus Land Act parcel, meaning they have their phase 1, phase 2, and a workout plan for how they're going to mitigate or abate the parcel. We've also launched our citywide EPA Brownfields grant, which means that we're currently conducting our phase 1 assessment of 11 sites. And then from the 11 sites, we'll go down to 6 sites to prepare phase 2. And out of those 6 sites, we'll be preparing a workout plan. And again, that's for 4 sites. And hopefully with those 4 sites, we'll be able to apply for grants, or at least partner with some of these landowners. In addition to that, oh, not yet, sorry. In addition to that, we've also launched our permitting software for solar app. We actually received a grant this past fiscal year for $80,000. So we've actually launched it. And what happens is when we receive an application for solar app, the applicant can just go directly to our website and apply for that solar application. And then the only thing we need to do is process our permits and then go out there for inspection once it's done. Like I said, we've also filled 2 vacant positions in administration. We've hired a management analyst this year. She's helping with the budget. And then we also hired a senior secretary this past year. As we continue for the next fiscal year, we are, applying for more grants. We're hoping to apply for additional grants to help us with our for our feasibility study for the different specific plans that we're hoping to take on. We're also, like Wendy mentioned, we need to update our fees. So staff is actually working on that right now on our master plan fees. We've noticed that a lot of our fees are outdated. They haven't been raised in about 10 years. And we're also hoping to provide some development impact fees moving forward. In addition to that, we're also going to try and implement vacant building and lot inspections program, meaning with the recent activities with our vacant buildings, we've learned that a few of our vacant buildings are being used for illegal growth of marijuana. And so we've actually, had one catch on fire, and the other, we've had to go all the way to the state to get some help on how we're going to clear the facility. So what we're trying to do is actually implement an ordinance where we can inspect these vacant buildings and vacant lots and hopefully tax them to make sure that they don't create blight in the community. The second thing is the renter protection and rental unit inspections program. And that's actually based on the activities that happened this year with our Section 8 rental units, where we found out that a lot of our residents are living in substandard condition. And so what we're proposing, hopefully next month, after next fiscal year starts, is an ordinance where we can protect our renters. And what we'll do is we'll actually charge our landlords a maybe, we don't know yet, the fees to be determined. But what's going to happen is that would allow us to actually inspect these rental units to make that they're safe to live in. And that'll hopefully help protect our renters from living in substandard condition, because we've seen some really unacceptable situations where people are living in a garage with no bathroom facilities, no windows, no electricity. So we're hoping to curtail that next year. And then again, in addition to that, we're also hoping to complete the citywide EPA brownfields assessment and then hopefully reposition those parcels for the next best use. Next slide, please. All right, building and safety. We continue to provide plan checks through our private plan reviewers, Malad Associates and True North. And what we promised our applicants is a 10-day turnaround on most of our projects. And I believe we've been able to accomplish that, especially for our ADUs that are going through the process when they're going to through the plan check process. We've also processed over 9,000 customer requests, whether it's online at the counter or through inspections. We've also transitioned our lead plan review, LID, from Public Works to Building and Safety. And by doing this, we were able to streamline the process. So they don't have to go from planning to Public Works to building, they just go from planning to building. Therefore, we were able to cut down the number of days that they have to go through the process. And then for next fiscal year, we want to continue to turn around our inspections requests within 24 hours. We also want to complete our pre-sale programs, outstanding cases. When I got here, I learned that we do have some pre-sale cases that we've had since 1989. And pre-sale cases is when, let's say, what they call this, a property owner is proposing to sell their property, and they come to the city to make sure that there are no legal additions or converted garages. And what happens is we issue them a citation if they do, but we never followed up. And we found cases as far back as 1989, so we're trying to clean that up. But unfortunately with that, it's also costing the city some money, because we do have to go either through the citation process or the prosecution process, because a lot of these owners are refusing to comply. But then again, this is when the update to the fees come in, because our current fees are actually not covering the cost of labor to go through this process. Another thing is the replacement of the existing permit and project tracking system. We're hoping that we can replace our existing system because we're really having problems with it. There are problems with it almost on a daily basis, whether it's slow or if it's not working or it's not capturing what we put in, or we're having to duplicate the work that we don't need to. So it's also costing us time and money. So hopefully with the ERP program, we'll be able to address that problem. And then again, in addition to that, the state has required additional safety training for our building inspectors and also our counter folks. So they'll be attending a lot of training next year as well. Next slide, please. Code enforcement. Code enforcement had a tough year this year. As you all know, we launched the program to address street vending. And as you can see, we don't have a lot of street vendors right now. So that's been a successful program. We did hire a private consultant to help us with that. And they were here for several months every day from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. That has since gone away. We now use hourly folks to help us with that. And so we're going to try and continue that program. Right now, they're only here from Wednesday through Sunday from 7 p.m. to midnight. Hopefully we can continue that. I do have some salary savings also for next year. So I'm hoping to continue that program until I'm able to hire 3 additional officers, full-time officers. As you can see, we've also collected approximately $29,000 from citations. We've closed almost 1,400 cases this year. And then we've also done quarterly outreach through Southgate Connect. And also we've worked with Conservation Corps to help us with our illegal dumping and bulky item pickup. Next year's goal is hopefully to complete our code enforcement team, no worries, And also, like I said, attend a safety program that's currently required by the state. And then what I'm planning to do is also provide some cross-training for our code enforcement officers, because I think we're too siloed right now. So what I'm trying to do is for them to have cross-training so that they become, more of a generalist, and they're able to cover more work, hopefully more efficiently. And then also, in addition to that, what I'm trying to do is transition from a 4-day work week for our code enforcement officers to a 7-day work week, so that we can also cover the weekend work that's, occurring here in the city. And again, to also address our street vending issue. Next slide, please. Planning Division, as you all know, our housing element was certified this year. That took a few years to accomplish. A lot of cities still don't have their housing element certified. So we're actually one of the cities that received that this year. In addition, we're going to be filling 2 of our 4 vacant positions. We made 2 offers, and one will be starting next week, our senior planner, and hopefully the assistant planner will be starting soon as well. And then for our goals, like I said, we are also working on updating our zoning code. One of them is the Holiday Specific Plan feasibility study. As you all know, we have 2 stations here in the city that'll be coming up, and I want to make sure that we're able to address the impacts of that station and make that more of a transit-oriented development. We currently have industrial sites surrounding our Holiday Station, and we're hoping that we can transition that to mixed use and more neighborhoods serving. We actually have a developer right now who's asking the city if we would entertain the idea of transitioning one of the industrial sites to residential developments. So we're in talks with them. In addition to that, we just went through the Patata project, and one of the outcome of that is to also address our 15,000 square foot limit. So we're going to be working on that as well, in addition to the other uses that, are constantly being addressed by the planning department with the planning commission. And those are your drive-through commercial uses, car wash, truck storage, distribution centers, and then some of the more minor projects are your fence sites, graffiti, landscaping, etc. So we're hoping to address that this year when we clean up our code and then make sure that it's also consistent with our general plan. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, and now on to Housing Division. So our Housing Division actually consists of our HCV, which is better known as the Section 8 program, our EHV, which is the Emergency Housing Voucher, CDBG, Home, and then ARPA. So our Housing Division is still overseeing a little bit of our ARPA program, the leftover money that we're overseeing right now, which I will go over in the next few slides. For now, though, I'm going to be talking about Section 8. So Section 8, we actually have 666 available vouchers. We currently have 354 households that we're housing. And then in addition to that, we have 16 households that are under our emergency housing voucher. We increased our lease-ups by about 1.1% this year. And then what we're also doing is we purge our waiting list. The last time that was purged was about 10 years ago. So we're going through that process right now. And it actually ends tonight before midnight. And after that, we're going to go through a lottery system and choose from there. And once we have our lottery system, we're hoping to have about 1,000 people on the wait list. And then we're going to go from there on how once we have more units available, then we'll go through the list and hopefully we can provide them with housing units. Right now, we have approximately about 389 units available. Like I said, we have about 354 housed. A lot of our rental units are not occupied because sometimes the tenants are quite picky when they're choosing their units. So it's not always, as easy as people think that, hey, they need housing. They're going to go ahead, and if they need a 2-bedroom housing, they'll just choose the first 2-bedroom housing available. That's not always the case because, again, it's also going back and forth with the landlord because it has to be a good fit, and they make sure that it's also a good tenant that's going to be renting their units. But what we're hoping to do is hopefully increase the available units to 450 units Like I said, we're up to 389 units right now. We're also hoping to inspect 100% of our Section 8 units, which has never been accomplished before, and we're hoping to do that this year. Next slide, please. All right, and then now for CDBG. As you know, our CAC recommends different public service programs to council on a yearly basis. And based on last year's program, we were able to fund 8 public service programs. We were able to assist 71 families. We were able to rehab 2 residential units, completed 2 commercial facades. We also helped fund the Southgate fence. We also provided assistance to 173 households under the fair housing activities, assisted 61 residents with their mental health, and then also provided 128 baskets to families every month. And then also assisted 14 households through our rental and utility assistance program. For next year, what we're hoping to do is we do have Azure, which is an affordable housing developer who is currently going through the city, and they're proposing to build 14 units, and we're hoping that we can hopefully complete that process so that they can hopefully pull their permit before the end of this upcoming fiscal year. We also want to continue our rehab programs. That's helped a lot of our local residents improve their homes and also their businesses. So we're hoping to continue that program. And then we are also part of the Gateway COG Housing Trust. And, you know, a couple of our housing developers right now have approached the city to ask for a partnership, meaning, you know, if we can support them either writing a letter, helping them go through the COG process to apply for grants. We have one developer going through that right now, and they're proposing to build approximately 70 units on Firestone. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then, like I said, we still do have some leftover ARPA money. So we have 200,000 for Altamed and Compatior, 200,000 each for this remaining fiscal year. And then after that, we're done with our ARPA funds. But in the meantime, through our ARPA funds, like I said, we were able to provide food to our local residents. We also partnered with CCLB in regards to youth training. And then, like I said, also provided mental health to our local residents. Next slide, please. And this is just to give you a summary of what we're funding this year through CDBG Home and then the leftover ARPA funds. And I just want to note that CDBG actually received 11% less than what they thought, less than 11% of what we thought they were going to be providing to us this year. So we've had to decrease some of our funding that we initially proposed to council when we brought CAC's recommendation. And then in addition to that, we received 24% less from our home funds as well. Next slide, please. Successor agency. So last year we were able to get approval for our ROPS, and they provided us with additional funds. Right now, we receive funds to finish remediation at 3500 Tweedy Boulevard. There's a vapor extraction going on right now, and we're hoping that that'll be completed this year, and they'll issue an NFA letter, and then we can then either sell it, keep it. It's 3 spaces on Tweedy in California, and there's work going on the public road as well. We also are hoping to we've also entered a purchase sale agreement with Azure. We're hoping to finalize that this year, similar to Habitat for Humanity. So we're also working with them. Right now, they're still working on their funding gap. We're hoping that they'll be able to apply for additional funding from the state. They've now converted their development to all for sale. Initially, they were going to have for sale and 2 rental units. In order to fund the remaining 2 units, they've now converted that to for sale units because there's more money available for sale units. And then also we're hoping again to submit our timely submittal of ROPS. Hopefully we'll get that approved as well. And then we're going to try to wind down our successor agency. We still have 5 parcels left that we're overseeing. And hopefully this year, we can offer it to the public for development or perhaps purchase one of them. I believe one of the lots is a good investment for the city, perhaps for an incubator business of some sort. And it's located on Tweedy Boulevard. Next slide, please. My last slide, it just shows you our goals and objectives for next year. We plan to continue a customer-centric service. We've been trying to do that for the past year, especially. We're trying to change the culture on how we deliver our services. A lot of our customers have responded positively. In addition to that, we're, going to continue to conduct team building workshops and staff training, like I said. And then, we've employed a lot of technologies, but then again, with employment of technology, it's also increased our work. And that's why we're requesting 4 additional personnel. We're going to continue to increase our community outreach. We've done that throughout the years. And then again, we want to increase our affordable housing units because there's a definite need for them. And then also increase revenue. Hopefully we can improve our analysis or assessment of our fees, and hopefully, increase that so that it better reflects how much we're spending and the time that we're putting in to provide the services. Thank you.
Just real quick, I know you're working on trying to get the planners, and I hope we can get that filled. I know we want like the best qualified, but we got to get that program in place. It's really impacting a lot of progress. Business license fees, that is something we're going to address. Is that correct? Is that in your department or finance? Okay, and I'll get to that in a bit. But we talked about the change that's going to take place, 15,000 square feet. So I went to meet folks over at Titan Terminal, and they want to do they're considering a project that is much bigger than 15,000, and I know we're going to start dealing with that sometime soon. But that's a perfect example of something that is just adding a building, no additional traffic, no additional anything, and they can't do it because of that. So I would hope that at some point, when people are going in for licenses or permits of some sort, that when something comes up often, maybe it's something we need to bring in and say, hey, council, there are residents who are asking for the following, but according to our municipal code, we can't do it. Would you like to consider putting it up on an agenda item? And then we consider making a change, because we don't hear it all the time, right? We don't hear it. So we have to wait till they come up here or they call us up and we go out there. So again, maybe there's something we can do to start making notes as to what is it that the community wants. Also, and I know we have to wait, we did have that agenda item on the, the changing of the 15,000 square foot. And maybe that was the time when the planning commission had it to have started that discussion. But I saw the votes, they voted not to even bring it back. But I think at that time, it should have been presented to them. Again, sounds like I'm being critical. Actually, I'm being critical, but it's because now we're delaying certain projects that people are interested in bringing in. So again, I hope we can communicate a little bit better, Rob. Okay. Once we know that there's an interest in a change in our municipal code, let us consider it rather than continuing to say no, 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 no. That makes sense? I hope it's not coming across harsh, because that's not the intent. Okay, all right. Any questions? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Meredith, thank you for all the good work you've done, considering that you've been understaffed for quite some time and working with consultants and all of that. I have to really, I'm really amazed. I mean, the street vendor was a big issue not too long ago here in this council. I've been out there, I'm out in the community, and I haven't seen too many. How many have actually applied? That's the question I have. I mean, because we try to make it easier for them to apply and all of that. So, but I don't see them where they were just everywhere. It was becoming a real big concern for the current businesses. So maybe you could talk a little bit about that. But I just also want to give you credit for Section 8. I mean, I've been on this council now almost 7 years, and it looks like we have some opportunities for other people to participate in the program, and that's a good thing, I think. And thank you for that. And then the other thing is the rental unit inspection. And when we've looked at some of those facilities that have Section 8s and how those were being upgraded, and then the other renters that were normal renters weren't. So I'm glad that we're doing something to help our renters, because a lot of times, landlords take advantage of them because there's not enough housing stock and people just have to live under certain conditions. So I'm really glad that we're taking some steps. On the other side, with the square footage of warehousing, I think we have empty warehouses already in our community. I'm on the other side, Mayor. I really believe that that's a project that's going to hurt our community, hurt Azalea, it's going to bring in too much traffic. So I'm really concerned. I think we need to involve the community more on that one. 2,000 trucks that are not electric coming into our every day is just not something I think our community overall wants. So I just needed to make that statement because I'm on the other side.
Mr. Mayor.
Can I ask a question really quick? You talked about the food insecurity program. Do we still have funds for this coming year for families during Christmas time or
I
Thanksgiving?
believe Parks and Rec.
Oh, is that's parks?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
You're not paying
Food
attention.
What?
Good morning.
No, I was talking about the food insecurity program.
The food insecurity program is one that we partnered with community development in the beginning, and they took it over. And that's the one where we provide meals and food to residents from Northgate Market on a regular
Yes.
monthly basis. That one is,
That one's different from the.
that is different than the one when we provide holiday stuff
okay.
for residents, both in the turkey giveaway
Yes.
that we do every November, December,
So
or
that would
the,
be on your report.
yeah, well, yes and no.
Because
I can.
That would be my question.
I'll
Are we
get
gonna
there on
have
that
fun-
one.
Right. Are we
And then
gonna
the other
have-
part would be with the ERC giving out all the baskets and all the food.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And I'll add those in.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. But great report. And yes, congratulations. You've been doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to really touch on the importance of staffing this department. I mean, we've talked about that a third of our general fund budget comes from our property tax revenue. Getting these residents the ability to remodel homes or add ADUs, all that reassesses their property, gives us more property tax revenue at that end. Bless you. I recently completed an ADU 2 years ago. My property taxes was reassessed because of the extra square footage that was added to my home, and that all adds up. So if are we still having a backlog of plans or development in residential upgrades in the department?
Up until a few months ago, no. But we did lose all our planners. So we have slowed down again. And we currently, I have one planner who's been here 1 year. He's a contract planner. And then one just started about a month and a half ago. So she's getting used to the process. And then I have an intern who's also helping. So yes, we have slowed down the process, unfortunately, because of that. But however, like I said, we do have a senior planner starting on Monday. And then we've also offered a position to an assistant planner. And, and then we're also scheduling our interviews with our associate planner. And then hopefully when the budget is approved, or if it's approved, we are going to be hoping to also hire a planning manager finally.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think that, we have to really tie all the pieces together, right? Where, yes, we want to do a review of our schedule of fees to be able to make sure that we're being compensated for the work that it takes to be able to do the project, from our side, but also to really look at the potential of being able to say, hey, developer, if you want to bring this big development, there's potential community impact fees that are going to be attached to it that we can foresee because we know what having certain types of businesses happen, what it causes, and in the conversation where Councilmember Al Rios was saying, that there's talks on every aspect of property use and what residents think is important. I live in Area 1 right across the street from the ELAC campus is being built. I was put under the impression that there was going to be parking on site for their students. I'm learning today that possibly that isn't the case. It's going to be parking on Southern and Calden area there. And students are going to be walking through our neighborhoods to be able to get to the college on Firestone. What's going to stop them from parking in our neighborhoods? What's going to stop them from, being there, throwing their trash in the curb as we've seen in the past? I think that there's a lot of aspects in property use that hurts or impacts different residents differently. And we have to be mindful of that. But there is a good in every development. And we have to be also mindful of that as well and kind of weigh those options. So I think that that's the approach that I hope that our council and our city staff take in making decisions when it comes to property use.
Meredith, again, thank you for the work that your department has undertaken. I know that you came in during our darkest time, which was the pandemic. We lost our community development director, and you've been working day in and day out to make sure certain things were done. So I appreciate it. I see your work ethic. It's disappointing to hear that we've lost several planners, but I'm glad to hear that we are slowly trying to get back in the groove of things of rehiring or hiring planners that will be able to do, obviously, review a lot of the plans that are coming through. But I know that the council did allocate certain funding to make the construction of ADUs a little bit easier. How has the community responded to looking at those plans and picking one and making it easy for them to be able to build those ADUs?
Yes, so we actually have our ADU, well, we received funding from LEAP, from the state, to actually provide off-the-shelf ADU designs, which is actually really good because now the state is actually mandating that each city, provide an off-the-shelf ADU design. So we're actually ahead of the curve, at this time. It's helping. I mean, we're still going through the process. We're doing outreach right now. It's actually going to be presented to you tomorrow, an update on the ADU and how that's going. We actually received we are receiving a lot of feedback, and about 60 people I heard attended our first community outreach regarding the ADU design and the process. So it's really going well right now. The funding that I think that you're talking about was that the fee increase so that we can expedite the ADU process?
No, it was to actually have off the shelf.
Yes, yeah. So
Planning,
that is
so that it wasn't an additional cost to our residents.
Yes.
They can just pick and say, this is what I want, and then move it along.
Yeah, we're hoping to have the finalized plans once we do our community outreach. And like I said, we've had a great turnout so far. We're receiving input from the community on the process and what type of design they like. We're actually going to be providing 4 different designs, ranging from 250 to, I believe, 650 square feet, because from our experience, that's the size that people apply for. So that's what we're providing the community.
Are you going to show us those designs tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Mayor?
Okay, Steve Costley, you said you only had like a 5-minute presentation? That's good, I like that. All right, here we go. Rock on, Steve.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. it's time for the best department, so I know you were waiting for this anyways. So, parks make life better. They just do. And our mission statement, no, not yet. You're ahead of me. We'll get back. All right, we'll get there.
I told her to move the slides along.
I know.
Just kidding, go.
We do make it better, and our mission statement is that we provide recreation opportunities in safe, clean, and green spaces. So for us, now you can. For us, it's not about the services we provide, but it's about the impact that we make. This is part of our state represented stuff that we are looking at across our department. It's our theme for the year. It's about the impact we make. The impact we make on the lives of our residents, on the impact we make as a whole city for the community. It is all of that. And while I'm not really good at pie charts and stuff like that, I like blueberry pie, but not too good at the chart thing. I do have a video. We're going with videos though.
A good coach can change the game. We're great.
Turn up the volume a little. Okay,
Oh, you're pushy today, Steve.
go ahead. Start.
Great coach can change your life. Look at the other side. Thanks, buddy.
Hold on, he's got a little note he wrote you. He wants to read it.
Dear Coach Richard, you have been the greatest coach in my life. I love you, Richard. I want you to show me your game. You helped me love football again. Thank you for being my favorite coach, Lord Richard. That was so sweet.
So as we
Glad I
say,
wasn't up here because I'm a big pie baby. So.
it's about the impact in the lives we make. And we make that every day at the park. You know, that's just one scene of many that you could see throughout a city park here in Southern California or all across the country, because we do make those impacts. So with that, we'll go to our next slide. And so we make these impacts, one more, in a variety of different ways. Through our first, the impact that we're going to highlight first is not the ones we make, but those that have been made for us. As most of you just finished attending our Memorial Day service. That impact was felt throughout the whole country, the impact those lives made for us. But we make impacts for many others, for our kids as they get new learning skills, in our Tot Time programs as they start their education, for our seniors that you see in the corner. That is our senior ball with 600 people, 600 residents who are learning that they get to enjoy life for a long time, and we get to be part of that impact in their life. It's our cultural arts programs where you see, and I believe the bottom, got to get my right and left together, bottom left-hand corner is our Dia de los Muertos, where we did the program over here. That was part of our cultural arts. Very important. It's an impact throughout the community when they got to put up the altar here. And so different things like that, they make impacts in life, and that's what our department does. Next slide. Next is our sports and aquatics division that centers on, as you can read, sports, aquatics, adults, transportation, rentals, things like that. Next, click. But these are the impacts. The little girl in the corner, she finished tops in that category in her swim meet. She has become one of our favorite swimmers over at the park. She just loves being there, all right? Fitness. Our fitness people are there all the time. They're learning fitness for life. We're giving them skills that they're going to keep not only today, but good habits that keep them healthy for life. Our aquatic side, when you learn how to swim, you open up so many other places you can be in life, you know? That trip to the beach doesn't have to just be with your toes in the water. In fact, if you do not know, one of our classes we offer every summer is we offer a surfing class. And you think, how do we do that? But our staff teaches surfing in the pool, and we culminate the whole class by taking them to the beach and teaching them how to surf in the ocean. Skills that they'll pick up for life and they'll get to learn. Next slide. Next is our grounds maintenance and facilities division. These are the backbone to the Parks and Recreation Department. Next, click. I'm sure my partners here can tell you that they can explain the importance of lawnmowers and of azaleas all day long. But without them, we wouldn't have 192 acres of land that we landscape for the use of the kids, the baseball diamonds that are out there, and all of those different facility uses. And you don't realize how many of them there are that we put on a daily basis over at the park. Those impacts are huge for the whole community. Next slide is our administration. This is the part where we get to put it all together. We realize that we have 50 full-time staff and close to 150 hourly staff for our department. That's a lot of people, but they make and do a lot of things. Now, as mentioned by Wendy earlier, we have done some reorganization for the department. This is the first time we've done a major changes in our department since 1994. It's been a while. We did make some changes, upgraded some positions. Our biggest change for the whole department was that we had an entry-level position called recreation specialist that when we created it almost 10 years ago was supposed to be the people in charge of all the hourly staff at the counters, all of that, right? Well, due to minimum wage increases for the state of California, all those rates for all those hourlies went up, but the rate of the recreation specialists did not go up. Soon, they were making less than the people that they were supervising. And by when I say less, the recreation specialist was making $19.95 an hour, I believe, where the people they were supervising were making $25 an hour. So we had to do some reorg. And we started there. We upsized some other positions. As some of our council know, we have one of the busiest pools in all of Southern California. We have almost 70 lifeguards. We needed to finally take the aquatics coordinator position and upgrade it to an aquatics supervisor's position and take one of those specialist positions and make it into the aquatics coordinator. We needed this just because the ratio of people there and things that you had to do was just too high. And so we finally have changed that, upgraded those positions, upgraded our recreation supervisors and one of our secretarial staff. We've done a number of changes, but after almost 30 years, it was about time. Okay. Next slide, please. Here are some of the other impacts we have made. Our last year, we spent doing a centennial. I thought it went over rather well on many different levels in many different places. I love the impacts we made, especially with our person from out of state whose father left him the letter in the time capsule. That was an impact. He has told me already, because he sent to us a letter for his own kids, that he is telling them now they have to come back in 50 years to come collect their letters. So those are huge impacts. But our concerts in the park, the community time together, this is where we change a city as a Parks and Recreation department into a community. And I think a lot of it is done around our Parks and Recreation. These are huge things that we do. And then last, that goes with this, one of the things that we've learned, is that not only is it the little impacts we make immediately, but it's the long-lasting ones. I don't know how many of you are on any of those social media pages that says, you're from Southgate if, those type of ones. You've seen those, right? So just recently, I'm actually from the city of Lakewood. I pulled up one of those and it said, hey, tell us about your favorite places to be in the city or the favorite times you had. And I went, oh, and I clicked on it and I noticed out of the hundreds of comments, probably 80% of them said, my favorite memory in life was being at a specific park.
Mhm.
Now, they were fighting with each other because Lakewood has like 9 different parks, and they were like, oh, Biscaloos or Boulevard or whatever. But almost all of them remembered that their favorite times in life were taking place at a park. So those are the impacts our department makes. Now, last one. I'm cheating here a little.
Arturo, you better have crying babies on your presentation.
My babies used to cry when they were little. They're teenagers now, and they're still crying. So it just,
Well, all
they don't have to be that little.
I'm cheating now because that is my grandson,
Oh,
and it's his birthday today.
oh.
He turns 1, and so,
Happy birthday to him.
you know, I needed to make sure I put him in here a little bit. But I do have a question for you that goes with that, because he's going to come visit me in November, and he'll be here for a couple months, which will be great. But one of the things we did not include in this year's budget is one of the centennial celebrations we had. Now, when we had the centennial, our big thing was, that was it. It was the centennial year. We wanted the special things to happen. And we can't budget for each and every one of them every year. But one of the ones I believe almost every one of you have come to talk to me about was the Winter Wonderland. The tree lighting and event with the police department where we put it all together. We want to add it, but it's not part of our normal budget. So the request tonight is that something the council's interested in? That would increase the current budget. It's not in here right now. It would increase our special events budget between mine and Darren's department to an additional $30,000. That's what the cost was to get the snow, to do all the different things. You were there. Each and every one of you were there. We've also looked at, excuse me, if we did that, we would close down California Avenue because it was a tad crowd. We had thousands of people. They showed up. It was fun. We had thousands of people. But to do that, we would close California, move some of it in the street, spread it out, and do it again. So that gets added to our request. And then when my little kid comes, I'm going to let him go in the snow because they don't have snow in Uganda. Okay? So that's it for me, and I'll let you guys ask questions.
So question, you indicate 30,000 for Parks and Rec and 30,000 for the PD, or is it 30,000 as a whole?
30,000 total. That includes closing down the street. That's Parks, PD, and Public Works. Don't forget anyone. All across the board, because it takes them to do part of the work too. But normal is just our tree lighting, which is still pretty special. But if you want to do the upgrade that we did last year, you would have to allocate that. And we didn't want to just throw it out there because we said we weren't doing all the centennial events. So
Well, to be honest with you, Steve, I think a lot of our community members, especially our kids, the only way they could make it out to the snow is if the parents take them. But I thought it was a really nice sentiment of bringing the snow here for them to actually, be able to play in it, touch it, feel it. I can teach a child something and just be speaking. But if I submerge that child in an experience, which is exactly what you did, it is ingrained in your brain because you lived through that experience, positive or negative, because it's cold, they could burn their little hands because it's that cold. But I think bringing that to the community was a really, really nice call. And to see those faces of those kids of, wow, I'm in snow. And if you look at the background that you put in the picture, it was a beautiful evening and it wasn't that cold. So,
now, to be fair to Rob, we're under budget, we're over budget already, but he's letting me present this.
he's okay with whatever council says.
One of the things that is pretty common, there's a story, right? If you get a frog and you put it in water and you turn the heat on, it'll sit there. But you get hot water and you throw a frog in there, jump out of there, right? The same thing happens. There are people in Southgate who sometimes they don't appreciate the changes, the improvements that have been made. But I've been talking to people who come and visit for the first time after 10, 15 years, and they see the huge changes, and they're just in awe. But not just in the parks, but on like Garfield and Firestone, the whitening, the azalea, all the things that have been done over they remember the Pete Ellis Dodge thing, and they see now the crossroads. And again, it's all, through all the efforts and input from the community, the response of the council, and the efforts, the work that each staff member makes. Because years ago we had, I don't know how many parks, but now we have a plethora of parks. Southern Avenue, all the improvements there at Southgate Park, at the main park, all the work that's being done over in Hollandale, the urban orchard, all of that stuff is a lot of work. And I really, really do appreciate what every one of you is doing. I did want to remember, I told you to at least give the Southgate Aquatics credit, because in the original budget, you mentioned a lot of the youth programs and they were kind of sort of left out. But that's a very important part of our Parks and Rec.
That was the little girl with the.
No, I mean, but the Southgate Aquatics Club itself, because there's a lot of, they had one young man years ago who made it to, I forget what, it could have been USC. He's part of the water polo team, and I think he was trying to make the Olympic team. And then there's a young man, I can't remember his name, but we know him. He was one like Miss Acelita, but the little boy, he's a soccer player now. He's trying to make it to the, he started off in AYSO, but he's trying to make it to the teen level of like World Cup, whatever it is they do. And you'll know him if I
In
mention.
Mexico, right?
Pero es aquí.
It's right here.
Here. We know the mom because she's been very active. But in any case, I think when you look at a lot of the organizations that are out there, Southgate Aquatics needed to be mentioned a little bit more, but I appreciate your presentation. Any other questions?
I just wanted to say that last year, parks and all the departments, you guys did such an amazing job with the centennial, that it was very memorable, that we're going to remember, forever for us, a few years more. But to our kids, especially the Winter Wonderland, as Councilwoman Avalos mentioned, sometimes our kids don't have the opportunity to experience the snow. And even parents, there are adults that they have not visited the snow. And I could just see their faces when they were sliding down with their kids. So, if it takes $30,000, to bring that kind of joy to the entire community, it's more than it's worth it, because I think it's an impact that we give the families and the children, and this is something that they will never forget. Yeah.
Erica Higgins is the mom. You remember the little boy's name? But yeah, he's playing soccer and at a very high level, and he came in through our program. You recognize him, right?
Yes.
I can't remember the little boy's name, but is an amazing little
But,
boy from our community.
So question, Rob, can we make a motion?
Well,
Or
I think that's part
Not
of
yet
the
tomorrow,
part of the
right.
budget, right?
Yeah, what you can give us some direction that you're
Directions.
supportive. One thing you can, support the concept, and then it gives us enough time at this point to look at options. So where would that 30,000 come from? I've also in my meet and greets that I've been doing since I got here, I've met a number of property owners. Some of them have talked about, hey, if there's anything the city needs, we'd like to be a partner. So I have a feeling too, we could maybe use this 30,000 target and start passing the hat around and see if we get some partnerships and maybe
Absolutely.
avoid making it a budget increase
Right.
and maybe
make-
get a
make it
win-win.
Make it a community effort.
Yeah.
Community effort that they put this event together. No, I'm I'm for it. I think that our community deserves some, especially our kids, our babies. I mean, because they're the ones who really come out and enjoy all this. And then if you put it together with the Police Navidad, I mean, that was amazing.
If I can just make a comment, I don't mean to rain on Steve's parade, but last year was the first year that the police department actually did it with Public Works for the Centennial. I initially thought, no, let's just keep it separate. But after doing it, we realized how much more beneficial it is. We don't duplicate work. But let me just back up a little bit. The money that we raise at the car show helps us buy the toys for Police Navidad. Not only that, but Public Works, they have a team that actually does a toy drive as well. So since they help coordinate the car show, we're able to fund their toys for their toy drive along with Police Navidad. But to do the event with Parks was just, we got something there, and it actually does.
So it's basically a win-win situation.
It's a win-win. It's better for everyone.
I see some nods, so we can look.
Wondering about the surfing. Liability-wise, we're good?
We're good.
Okay.
Not the way I am on a surfboard. In any case.
Well, we don't let you in the class. I mean,
Any other comments before we go on to Arturo?
I do.
Yes.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor. I do want to say that, what Parks and Rec does for a community, it goes far beyond just the events. It really shapes a future for somebody. And I want to just say that I'm a prime example. I grew up at that park. I would spend every summer there. My parents would drop me off early in the morning. I'll be at the park playing basketball in the gym until I will say it, Steve, you were there saying, okay, it's time to go. Your parents have to be here to pick you up. So yeah, it's a great place for our youth to be at, and the events that are put together is amazing. I will ask, and this is something that I've talked to Rob, and I said, hey, when we're buying things for the sports and for equipment that we're purchasing, is to be mindful that maybe we don't need a Tanner tea that's really a high quality tea. Maybe we can get something that's a little bit more comparable and still be able to be used in the format that it's being used, right? With recreational sports. Like, Tanner tea is something that I would probably buy for a college or even a high school team, maybe, because they're going to put some use into it. They're going to make some damage into it. So really things of that sort, right? And taking the approach of being able to find ways to just be more efficient, more streamlined on how we're purchasing our things in our departments.
Yes, I echo a lot of what Steve, the parks, I grew up playing basketball too there, and I'm continue to use the park, swimming pool and all of that. So I'm just like Josh. I mean, the parks makes us better people. It relaxes us. It takes us away from stress from our lives. I mean, we could walk around, bike. We could do all kinds of things. And it's for families, it's for kids, for everybody. And so, and we see it every weekend, right? I'm always amazed with your enthusiasm, your dedication, and the people that work there. And I just want to be supportive of everything you do, because it makes a difference. Like you said, parks make life better. I just want to echo that.
Just one more thing. I do want to say I'm appreciative of account number 6701, equipment maintenance for the special events, cleaning of elf and Santa suits. That's a good investment there.
you got to have a clean Santa. I mean, that's it. All right.
You're up.
Yes, that's going to be a tough act to follow. I was going to start off by, but maybe I should start off with a serenata, and that might kind of set the mood for a public works budget. But let's go ahead and get started. This is probably the shortest presentation you've seen from the Public Works Department in the last 10 years, with 14 slides. So I'll limit it to 3 hours today, if it's okay with you guys. So I'm going to go pretty fast. What you're going to see as time passes, you're going to see some slides with a lot of information. The goal is to have the information up there, not so that I can discuss it all, but so that you can have the information before you and you can take it home with you. Next slide, please. So the city of Southgate is supported by numerous infrastructure throughout various types that help people in their day-to-day lives, whether it's drinking water, whether it's jumping on a street or driving on a freeway to get somewhere or what have you. On a residential street to get to Southgate Park to make lives better. Certainly, City of Southgate is equipped with a lot. The city in and of itself owns infrastructure, and we're also responsible for its maintenance. This slide here shows some of the infrastructure that we own. I do want to say that our infrastructure is vast, and so is the financial need to manage and maintain it. Just if you look at some of the numbers that are up there on the just under streets, there's that $85 million. That's just what we need just to fix the pavement component of the street, and to actually fix a street as a whole is much more. So it's a very expensive undertaking that takes many, many years of continued maintenance to manage successfully. Next slide. So there's two sides of the house here in the Public Works Department in terms of managing and maintaining our infrastructure. One is the engineering side, the other is field operations. Both complement each other. The engineering division focuses, for example, on the maintenance, on major maintenance of streets through capital projects. We repave streets, slurry seal them, fix hundreds of thousands in sidewalks, whereas the field operation division does maintenance, fill a pothole, fix a raised sidewalk, or what have you. We also in Public Works offer services to the residents like trash and recycle collection, drinking water, and sanitary sewage service. So those are some of the services that we provide, and some of those are with the help of a contractor. Next slide. This slide shows some of the accomplishments of the Field Operations Division. It's also intended to show areas of responsibility. This year I thought was a great year for the Field Operations program. There are many successes. Just for example, in graffiti removal, we increased graffiti removal by 50% of years past, whereas we were usually up in the 800 to 850 1,000 square feet of removal. This year, we, because of some operational changes, thank you to the City Council for the support of our programs of additional vehicles, we were able to truly make a difference. So we're addressing graffiti faster. We trimmed a lot of trees. Trees continue to be a concern, but in this last year, they have not been as in years past. So I won't cover all of these. All that to say is that there's a lot of work going on for residents. Residents are, many times we get calls from residents. They're concerned that we may not be working because there's a pothole somewhere or a sidewalk is lifted. Rest assured that we are working daily. Give us a call and we'll go out there and take care of some of those issues as quickly as possible. Next slide. These are some of the accomplishments of the engineering division. I do want to mention that our infrastructure is vast, and while it's difficult to fund our needs, this year the City Council has done very well in supporting numerous projects through design and construction. You'll see that in Public Works this year, we're making improvements to many things, from water systems, water quality, to residential streets. That was a $10 million residential street project, the largest that I've seen in the last 10 years. We completed the design of Tweedy. We're working on Long Beach Boulevard, Garfield Avenue, and making major street improvements. And then we're adding new parks. We're reconstructing a park. This year, we're going to be starting construction on Circle Park. And so there's a lot of changes that we're making. And what does all that mean? It's another, I want to say impact because of Steve here, but it's another one of the impacts that the council is having on the residents through the support of these projects. So whether it's clean water, recreation, safer streets, or what have you, know that the the engineering program has made a difference. And I did want to highlight something that I thought you might be interested. On the bottom left of the slide, there's a projected expenditure for this year of $42 million. I just want to mention that this is one of the most successful years we've had in the engineering division in terms of project delivery. At years past, we were at 22 million, maybe at the highest and under. So it's a double the effort. And what that really means is there's a lot of major projects under construction, like the Urban Orchard and the Garfield project or what have you. But it was quite the accomplishment, thanks to the leadership of the council. We've completed 20 projects construction-wise, and so that was quite an undertaking. So over the year, we heard a lot of, is the Public Works Department taking on too many projects or doing too much? That there's the impact to the community. We're trying to balance everything, but know that our approach to project delivery is working. And this year, the accomplishments of the city were tremendous, in my opinion. And I do want to thank the city manager and the other departments for their support, and not only the engineering division, but the field operations program. This is truly a team effort to be able to bring these projects together, as well as our community and our residents. There's an extensive amount of outreach that we do from design through construction, and their input is very helpful in helping us design and deliver the right projects for them. Next slide.
Before you go to the next slide, Arturo, you have that slide on the residential streets, the resurfacing. There's a lot more than that, right?
So the residential, that's part of the residential resurfacing project. What you're seeing is the completion of construction of the first 3 phases. Next fiscal year, we're going to start construction on phase 4, and we're also funding design of phase 5. So it's an annual program that we're going to be implementing now.
Yeah, and I mentioned that because that's a lot of streets there, and I know you and I've had discussions on other streets that have been done. And then you also have in that same slide there, the Garfield complete streets, the Long Beach complete streets, and we're going to be working on 20 Mile
That's
this
correct.
year. And then
Right.
you mentioned the 1,840 potholes. There's a ton of potholes everywhere, but these projects have taken also a lot of those potholes out. If you were to add all the potholes that are on each one of these streets, that number really, really grows. But again, I think the work that your department has done in terms of the streets, it is barely, rarely touching here,
Thank you.
but you've done a whole lot more. So
Yeah,
I want to
do
make sure I don't move on from this without making
Yeah.
that comment.
Thank you for that comment, and I do want to invite the public to look at the Public Works CIP webpage. There's a lot of detailed information so that they can see what we're doing and what streets we're doing next, for example, on that residential resurfacing project. Next slide, please. So it takes millions to maintain our infrastructure, both on the CIP side and on the operations side. This is our proposed budget for next fiscal year, and what you're seeing is 3 views of that. The top table is the first view in certain categories on how the $73.5 million is being budgeted. You'll see, for example, 13 million for staffing and 13 million for supplies and services. And when you look at the bottom, you'll see the 29 million that we're adding for CIP. That section, the second table shows how we're investing those funds amongst the various programs within the department, from engineering to facilities to electrical. We also include the descriptions of the things that we're doing. So I don't want to go over all of that information because it's a lot, but it is up there for the public to see and read. And then just the last slide is how we fund our program. I do want to point out that we're only using 6.4 million in general fund as part of this proposal here. The water fund is another part that's significant for the department at $20.8 million. And then there's a bunch of other funds that we're using. And then lastly, it's CIP funds. So this 73.5 million is largely funded by a bunch of other funds except with minimal general fund. Next slide.
I'm sorry, I apologize. But
No, that's
again,
okay.
on this fund, we are now taking steps to address the PFOA in the water. We just obtained nearly $1 million from Congresswoman Nanette Barragan. But where is that? Because we're talking about almost $6 million for the treatment facility. Is that rest coming from the water fund, or are we going to try to get some grants to make up that?
So the treatment facility that we're designing and wanting to construct is more than an $8 million construction project. We're looking towards grant funds, funds in partnership with WRD, as well as water funds. The goal is for it to be fully funded by grant funds, but we're not quite there right now. I think I've been programming just over 5 million, just in case we don't get more grants. But the goal is to try to get as much in grant funds as possible.
And again, I want to thank you because I know a lot of cities aren't even there yet, and we're really trying to address this issue.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of people are even familiar with what PFOA and the PFAS is.
Yeah, so far we're at just over $3 million in what would be grant funded, but we're still working on pursuing more funding.
And at some point, I don't know, maybe you can give a description, a presentation, not tonight, on what that is and why it's important to address it.
Absolutely. Next slide. Here, I just wanted to show briefly the water enterprise. As you know, the city has a water system that provides customers to approximately 90% of the city. That is funded through a water enterprise, and where we provide service and we charge for that service, so there's a revenue. Next year, there's a $20.2 million revenue forecasted, of which the majority of that is coming through water service fees. Our proposed budget is in the $32.5 million range. That could appear that we're over budgeting, but we're not. What that is that we're budgeting operations within the revenue that forecast, but the remainder of that is part of the capital improvement program. So you see down at the bottom, the capital outlay and capital improvement program. So those are funds that the city already has, and we have about, I think it was $30 million just over 5 years to implement. I can't remember the exact number, but that's part of the savings from over the years. I shouldn't call it savings, it's the set aside money for capital projects. But I did want to put this slide up so that the council has that information. Next slide.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Why is it on the top?
Good.
Sorry. On the top of the page, yellow. Is that different?
So yeah, the city serves 90% of the city. There are three or four other water districts that serve part of the city. On the upper left, there's another water district that serves a very small number of residents. So we show it there, probably larger than it is, but it's just for demonstration purposes. On the bottom right, you see the green Hollandale area. That's Golden State water. And then on the upper left, I think you can just barely see a little square up there, orange, or can't quite tell the color, but there's another water company that also serves the city. But at the end of the day, that doesn't impact our water district. Our water district is constant.
What company is it, Gina?
If I say the name, I'm going to get it wrong, but I think it's the Walnut. Jesus, I'd rather not say the name, but I will let you know.
Well,
January, do you know? Walnut Park.
You want to sit over here instead?
My apologies. We just, we don't really deal with that district very much. Next slide, please. So this budget that we're proposing includes a $2.7 million increase in supplemental funding requests. The first thing that I want to share, if you look on the right, there's that pie chart. That pie chart shows how we're funding that $2.7 million request. And you can see that the majority of that is restricted funds, and only $188,000 comes from the general fund. And that's to fund things that these restricted funds don't cover. For example, the 20 Mile Christmas Parade Street closure, which we may not do, but we set money aside in case we do elsewhere. That would require $55,000 $55,000 budget in general fund because other funds don't qualify for that. But this request, the categories are there. We've got contract increase. That's just the price of doing business is going up. But there's some service enhancements that we'd like to do. For example, homeless encampment removal with COVID coming to town. There was a freeze on that. Now that we're addressing homeless encampments, we are budgeting for that again. Or, grant services, the city's done well in terms of grants. And so we're asking for more funding to invest in grant applications. They're costing more now than they used to. So that's some of the service enhancements. Vehicle replacements, there's a number of vehicles that we're looking to replace. When we did the fleet master plan, identified that we had about 50% of the vehicles in public works that needed replacement, and the council has been supporting vehicle replacements annually. Many of these, or some of these, are being funded with restricted funds, and it's very limited general funds being used. And then lastly, it's just miscellaneous things that we're budgeting that add up to $380,000, like minor improvements, for example, at the sports center pool, or a citywide speed survey that we have to do periodically. That's a $100,000 budget. Cost of overtime has gone up, but there's just miscellaneous other things that we're requesting. Next slide. So this is a representation of the capital improvement program as it will look next fiscal year. I mentioned that as part of this budget, we're requesting a $29.9 million appropriation. The first two pie charts represents what that looks like. So the first pie chart is how that money is funding the different categories of our infrastructure. So you see that the large majority of that ask is in for the water system and for streets. And really that's because the majority of grants are, and then in water, the water fund is healthy, so we're able to improve the system. The second pie chart shows how those projects are funded. Lots of restricted funds. You'll notice that federal state grant funds is over 12 million and the water fund is over 10 million, but the general fund is only funding $1.2 million of that. And then the third part is the pie chart on the right, which really represents all of our existing projects for which we have funding, which funding is going to carry over to the coming fiscal year at approximately $71 million. So next year, like this year, we'll be starting with the $102 million budget, whereas this year we started with the 104. So there's a lot being accomplished in terms of a $42 million expenditure in what you're investing in your infrastructure, but there is more grants and funds coming in to do more. Next slide. So this is just a quick list of every project that we're requesting an appropriation for, whether they're existing projects or new projects. And it lists the projects on the first column. The second column is the amount that we're requesting per project. The third column is how we intend to use that funding. And the fourth is the schedule, the anticipated schedule. And the fifth is the justification of as why those projects are needed. But one of the goals here is to ask for funding that we will need next fiscal year. So for example, if we're only going to do design, we're not asking for design and construction funding. We're only asking for design funding. And just to highlight very few projects, we're budgeting $1.7 million to replace more water meters to the upgraded AMRs. We are asking for $1.2 million to make improvements to the HVAC system. Actually, total budget for next year is just over $4 million to make improvements to the Southgate PD station as well as the City Hall. You'll see that we're asking for $5.9 million for the Parks Reservoir Treatment Facility that the mayor questioned, and then scroll down to project 23, the Tweedy Mile Complete Streets Project Phase 2. This year, we want to start construction on Phase 1, which is renovating Tweedy Mile. Next year, we hope to award a construction contract to begin Phase 2, which is improving Tweedy Boulevard along the remaining segments between Alameda and Atlantic, with the exception of the Tweety Mile. So a lot of projects to look forward to. Next slide. So highlight a few more projects that will be under design this year. Again, just one of the things I want to point out is that the CIP program is investing in all of the different infrastructure assets that the city has. Again, look, this one here shows a lot of street improvements, pedestrian and bike improvements, facility improvements, and water system improvements. So a lot of things that help and are important to quality of life. So we're improving safety. There's congestion relief. We're renovating and beautifying corridors like Tweety Mile that has been a corridor of interest for many years. We're doing more residential streets under phase 4, or actually that's phase 5. We start design on phase 5, which is, next year we do, or 2 fiscal years from now, we do construction on. Let me see. And next slide, I won't highlight everything else, but a lot of projects that we are working on. Next slide, please. So these are some of the projects that will be under construction, and some of those to look forward to is the Tweety Mile Complete Streets project. We hope to start and complete construction next fiscal year. Long Beach Boulevard, which is under construction now, we likely finish construction soon after the fiscal year starts. And then we've got the 710 freeway over at Firestone Boulevard. That project's been under design for many years. We're now wrapping up design. We're hoping to get Caltrans approval within the next 4 to 5 months. And if we do, we will be able to start construction next fiscal year as well. Also, one of the improvements that I wanted to highlight, it's one of our smaller projects, but this has been of importance, and where the continued interest from the community and the council, as I hear it, is improving crosswalks that are not controlled with some type of flashing light or in pavement lighting. So we've got at least 12 crosswalks in the city that'll be funded for improvements next fiscal year. And then all our municipal parks, as you know, the Urban Orchard is under construction. We're hoping to start construction again by the end of the fiscal year. Hollandale Community Park, the same, that project is on hold. And then Circle Park, that is out to bid now. So we hope to start construction within the next 3 months. Next slide. So I just wanted to show this slide briefly, just as means to mention that the city has a 5-year capital improvement program. The 5-year CIP is a planning document for how we plan and prioritize funding and projects over a 5-year period. The $146 million that you see there on the first table, last row, that's how much money we will have over a 5-year period based on projections of money that, whether it's already grant funds on hand or revenue that's coming in on an annual basis. But above that, as you know, if you look at just this fiscal year alone, there's just the grants keep coming in. And so that 5-year CIP forecast is expected to grow. The second table shows just how we're funding the 5-year CIP. Just want to draw your attention to the general fund on the third row there. This year, we're investing $1.3 million of general funds, and that's mainly for the HVAC systems that don't qualify for grant or restricted funds. And then every other year, we have it at a minimum of $200,000 for ADA improvements on facilities that also don't qualify for restricted funds. And so I will have a draft of 5-year CIP out soon. It will be posted on the website for the general public to read. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation. I'd like to turn it over to the council for questions.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, I know that sometimes it gets confusing for people because I know that you're public works, right? But there's some work that's being done at the park. So it's in your budget and not theirs, right? Like the Southgate Park Auditorium roof restoration and the Boy Scouts huts.
The capital improvements are budgeted both through capital outlay and through CIP. And capital outlay, Parks has a budget, Public Works has a budget, then we have a CIP program. So regardless of where they're budgeted, we implement them the same.
Sure.
So yeah, so if we decided through collaboration that we would budget a parks project in Public Works, like the Southgate Sports Center, that's going to use grants that Steve Secured, it's budgeted part of the CIP and not in the parks budget, but there are things budgeted in parks.
He's giving you the answers?
No, just wanted to confirm if it was mainly capital outlay.
No, and again, I really appreciate all the efforts that your department, all departments are doing in going out and obtaining funds. And again, we had mentioned about the improvements for the water, the reservoir and the treatment of the PFOA, that the company that really caused a lot of that problem, DuPont, is being sued heavily and has been sued for years, but that's for injuries, the cancer, people who died of cancer or people who are suffering from cancer as a result of that. But honestly, if people, if we were not getting this money from grants, honestly, I think people should just sue DuPont and 3M for putting that stuff in the water in the first place. And again, I think a lot of people aren't even familiar with it, but now, again, if you go to Walmart or Target or whatever, and you want to buy a frying pan, it'll say this does not contain PFOA or PFAS in it. But again, now we're stuck with it. It's in the water system, and we have to treat it. And again, if we were not getting grants for it, I think people should just turn around, communities should turn around and say, hey, we've got this cost. You made a profit, taking you to court. But they're being hit heavily in court. Okay, any questions from my colleagues?
I do have one.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's more of just a clarification, and I think this is something that, I think a lot of residents would question is, well, we have $19 million in revenue from the water fund, why can't we reallocate that in other areas? And it's because it's an enterprise fund. So it has to be able to be used to fund the projects that are associated with that enterprise, right? So the water, right?
Yeah, that's correct. The water fund, it's its own enterprise. In order to be able to use that, you have to meet the guidelines of the water program. So you can only use water funds on the water system. So it's restricted. It's no different than every other grant fund. For example, if we get a grant on Firestone, we can only use it on Firestone, or gas tax. Gas tax is for streets. We can't use it on facilities. So water funds are restricted to improving the water system. And there is a plan, there's a 5-year plan for how those funds are to be used. So when water rates are set, there's a water master plan. That water master plan identifies all the project needs. Based on those project needs, the water rates are set. So when you're collecting those monies on the public works side, our job is to use that master plan and make those improvements.
Great. And thank you for that clarification. And I also want to stress that the amount of projects that are being done by our public works team and the everyday work and what the impacts it has on us as a city as a whole, fixing the potholes, the sidewalk repairs, fixing uneven sidewalks, or when trees are lifting up sidewalks, all that helps not just the everyday movement of people on those streets, but also we've seen that our insurance fund, our insurance cost has gone up, and our lawsuits have gone up significantly in the last few years. And these are steps that we're taking as a city to be proactive, to show that, we want to identify those high risk areas or those opportunities for us to take the approach of grinding down sidewalks and repairing potholes, so that we limit the impact of potential lawsuits, that we limit the impact of our residents being hurt by these that would cause additional lawsuits. So I really appreciate that approach as well. So just wanted to state that comment.
Anybody else? Yeah. Yes.
I just had a question for you, Arturo. So in one of the slides, you indicated the light rail for $2 million. Now, I know that's a project that Metro is overseeing, but I also know that the city is going to have to make a contribution. If I'm not mistaken, it's 3%. So are we allocating those funds for when that comes to fruition?
Yes, about as part of the West San Antonio, the Southeast Gateway Line, as part of the Southeast Gateway Line project, there is a local match contribution that cities have to do of 3%. And the last time I ballparked that number, it's somewhere in the $50 million range. About 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, when Chris Jeffers came on board, the direction at that time was, let's begin to set money aside to start, figuring out how we're going to fund our match. So when you set this money aside, you can use it for any number of things, whether you're leveraging grants. $2 million can potentially leverage, $10 or $20 million in grants. So it provides us that flexibility. But right now, that is set aside money. I am in discussions with the city manager about the potential for some type of grant on a more regional project that many agencies can contribute to, including Southgate as an alternative means for that. But that money is set aside right now for that match.
So is that what we have right now?
I'm sorry?
Is that all that we have right now, or is there more?
Right
that
now,
we've
it's all
allocated?
that we've set aside so far. Yeah, this year, we're not recommending that we set any aside because of the strategies that is being worked on, but that's what we set aside up until now.
Perfect, thank you.
Anybody else?
I just want to thank Public Works for outstanding work you're doing out there. I mean, and I think you mentioned it, Mayor, that people, you could take inventory of our community and really look at all the improvements of our streets, everything that you do in the engineering department, the field operations, and so it's all good work. And I've always said this, we're compared to Santa Ana, a city that has 300,000 people. We're just 100,000, and yet we have just as much capital improvement projects as they do. And that says a lot about our team here and all the good work that you're doing. And I'm glad he's here too. Our I guess he's another engineer for the department. But yes.
And don't forget Bonnie too. She's
Bonnie is right in the bag.
Only pivoting to somebody else real quick. I forgot to ask this of Wendy, just to clarify the shortfall in the refuse fee, because if you look at we're collecting in revenues 13,000, but the expenditures are 276,026. And I know we discussed it, but just for people in the community, that would be on page 32 of the book. Yeah. What? Oh, what page do you want me to talk about?
Just to Fund 413 in the proposed budget, and that, as Mayor said, is on page 32, is a refuse collection. That was an enterprise funds that the city was overseeing prior to transferring that contract to UWS. So the revenues that you're seeing, 13,000, is residual interest earning revenues, and you're seeing the expenditures. So we're winding down this fund until it zeroes out.
Thank you. And I wanted that because if people look at it very closely and they say, hey, look at this, there's a shortfall. But look at how much revenue, what are they getting? How's that happening? And I think it's important that people understand that it had to do with the city going from, to having UWS do its own billing versus us collecting it for them.
Mayor,
Yes,
and if
Vice
I
Mayor.
can, I do want to answer the question from earlier tonight on the street lighting and landscape fund. I was in here, and I believe the question was, what's causing the increase in that? Well, one, as you know, we just haven't increased actual assessment for many years. I said early 90s, Steve was here, and he says that he remembers in the very early 2000s that it got changed one time. But that's one of the reasons it's just been many years. Two, it's just the cost of doing business is going up, right? You saw today that we're asking for contract increases. Currently, our contract for tree maintenance is, I think it's $3.8 million, plus there was an amendment. It's like over $4 million. Whereas when I came on board, we were at just $500,000 or $600,000 annually. So it's the cost of doing business. And then third is, it's always been under budget in another way too, in that there isn't an opportunity to set money aside for projects like street lights. We want to fix those conduits. We want to convert them to LED. That fund has never had the capacity to set money aside from that. So aside from costs going up, the real gap isn't just what you see up there. It's everything else that we're not taking into consideration, including, for example, vehicle replacements and other that those type of funds can usually cover.
You know, I attended this weekend the birthday for a resident who turned 90. And one of the things that they had available was a comparison of 1934, when she was born, June 7, 1934, and then had all the, you know, cost of a gallon of milk, cost of gasoline, postage, what it costs to go to the movies, that sort of thing. Of course, we're talking 90 years, right? But even so, our streetlight and landscaping fund was set aside, it was set many, many years ago, and we've not changed it, but the costs have been going up to the point where we're upside down and have been for many, many years. And again, Wendy did a great job of going all the way back to as far as she can. And it was to 2007. If she could have gone back even further, we might have been upside down even well before that. And the impact to the general fund throughout the years has been huge. Madam Vice Mayor, you had a question?
Just a quick question, because I know that we have seen in other departments reclassification positions. Do you, because I don't think that we have seen any from Public Works, do you have some coming up or?
So this year, we didn't request any reclassifications or new positions. Right now, we don't have a need for new positions. There isn't an issue to resolve, if you will, or there isn't a service that is falling short for which we need more staff. I think the council's been very generous in the past in terms of funding staffing in Public Works. When I started, I think we were at like 70 or 72 employees. We're now at 87. It's certainly something that I do want to look at for this next coming fiscal year or after the budget process, and where there is staff or there are changes that we can make to make improvements, but those are just at this point in time, just assessments and nothing that I'm committing to or recommending at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so Rob, it's back to you at this point, and we're not passing a budget at this time. We're going to bring it back tomorrow. Yes, did you have another comment?
I was just going to say that I know Southern California Edison is doing some work right in our community, replacing poles, or do you know any what they're doing? I know.
Yeah, so Southern California Edison has been very busy in the city for quite some time now. Currently, one of their major kind of undertakings here is to replace a lot of the older poles that are out there. And so sometimes when they're working on streets, it's some of the much larger poles that requires heavy equipment, but mostly it's pole replacement. And before I do turn it over to the council city manager, if I can, I do want to thank January Bonilla, who is here tonight. She goes by Bonnie and she goes by January, and she does do the job of two people. She's just tremendous. When it comes to the budget, she is the budget guru, and I just got to give her a lot of credit for that. I do also want to thank staff, and then also welcome Eric Mirzanian tonight, who's here with us. He's our new Deputy Director of Public Works, and I thought it'd be great if he was here, and I thought it'd be better that next fiscal year you actually hear from him making part of the presentation. Thank you.
Tomorrow's a good day for that, right? Don't want to scare you off. Anything else, Rob?
Well, I just wanted Yodit to cue my 50 slide deck that I'm ready to present to you right now. I'm joking.
That's okay.
I'm joking. Yeah, that's right. No, this is the end of our planned presentation for tonight. Really thank all the hard work done. I know Wendy, this was her first chance to take on this role. It was a lot of work, and I appreciate that effort. Appreciate the department heads all getting together and trying to look at, there was quite a extensive shopping list of new ideas that they came, which, I just had to be the Grinch and kind of talk about a smaller appetite. And I appreciate that they good-naturedly worked with that to try to keep within our funds at this point. So we have had a good journey to date. Appreciate all your input, both in briefings and tonight. And we look forward to tomorrow night at our regular meeting to add any additional information that you need and adopt our budget.
I hate to be the one that messes this up, but it's my fault. I take full responsibility. We had an email. I forgot that we have to read it because there might be questions in there, and
Can
my
I
bad.
just ask a question of Steve?
Yes, well, she's looking for the email. Yeah, rock on.
Steve, are we having Day of the Dead this year again? And hopefully I'll be fine and I will be there.
I will check with my cultural arts staff about Day of the Dead, okay?
Please,
and get
thank
back to
you.
Okay.
Okay, could you repeat email synopsis, I guess, is what we're doing, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did receive one email from Mr. Mario Dominguez. Email states that I'm disappointed that for the first time I can't join the city budgets meeting remotely due to the absence of the Zoom system. I've always emphasized the significance of these meetings as they showcase how the city allocates funds. Without a call-in option, I'm limited to observation. Tomorrow at the city council meeting, he hopes that 2 members propose adding a call-in feature. And then he also states he bought a toy statue on eBay for $200 and he paid $20.50 in taxes. Can the city manager or Ms. O'Kelly explain who received these taxes and how much Southgate collects? Also, does our city benefit more from online purchases, even sold in other areas? And he thanks you for clarifying ahead of time.
Okay, yeah, online, yeah, that's always been a question. Online purchases, who benefits from the taxes?
Well, for eBay, for Mr. Dominguez's question specifically, for eBay, the way that the funds are, or the taxes are received is we do receive the 1% Bradley Burns, and then also the 1% for Measure P. So the city is going to be looking at on his $20.50 of tax collected, receiving 41 cents. This slide shows you out of the 10.25% sales tax, how that is divvied up with 1%. Again, like I stated, going from Bradley Burns, coming from Bradley Burns, and then another 1% from Southgate transactions and use tax or Measure P. And then those other entities are receiving the rest of the 10.25%.
Love the presentation just for Mr. Dominguez. I really, the guy.
Visuals,
Yeah.
they're the best.
Mario, thank you for that question. I think a lot of people do have that, thing in their mind. What happens when you buy online and who gets the taxes? But thank you for explaining. I'm glad he did say that. And I had forgotten all about it. My apologies. Okay, so now what do we do? We not adjourn, but continue the meeting until tomorrow?
I think you can adjourn because this was just a special meeting. It wasn't a hearing. Yodi could
It's just a
apply.
presentation.
Okay, and then, okay. Motion to adjourn tonight's meeting, okay?
I'm sorry, who?
Okay.
Who
Good
motioned?
night.